Hi guys, happy Monday. Maine. Whew. It is another week of Excel. Actually, it's gonna be very short. A little bit of Excel. We just have like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, okay, like 10 ingredients to finish up. And I put on Twitter that we were gonna then work on open world activities, but I feel like there was something that we wanted to do before that. And I can't remember what it was. Does anybody remember what I said we would do after we finished putting the ingredients in the game? I can't remember. Stop being red. Stop being red. It's just red. There's just gonna be red. The good thing is I can control the stream countdown timer now with my stream deck. I have a little countdown. Oh, wait, hold on. Show you guys. I have a little countdown. Press to do the countdown now. The thing is, it finished and now it's just red, and now it kind of scares me. I started the stream with the stream deck today, which I sometimes have done, and it didn't auto start the recording, which kind of scared me. That really scared me. It's a cute little thing. It is cute. And also this is like a holder for it. So it pops out and it's actually like this. What the fuck, why is that like weird back here? Weird. Yeah, it wasn't super cheap, but it wasn't like super expensive. But it's so nice. I can just customize so much, like make own scenes. I use where I turn like immersion mode on and off. Can do like audio adjustments. I can turn like my mic down or game volume down. I can do chat things. So like I think this is follower only mode, sub only mode. I can send emo. I can just customize things to send. Pretty cool. Yeah, really nice. It's super, especially because I have this separate streaming computer, and I don't have like a screen on it, so I don't have any way to control it unless I try to remote into it, which doesn't always work. I think because the network here in this office building has some like extra security. So this is like my only way to do anything with the stream unless I like plug in a keyboard and I customize keyboard controls, which would just be really terrible. And then I have a big keyboard on my desk, which I don't have space for. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I can even change like profiles from like 1080p 30 to my 720p 60. I can see CPU usage, things like that. It's pretty nice. And there's like a whole Elgato Stream Deck marketplace, like a whole marketplace of plugins and stuff. Even icons. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Ooh, I could even hook up Philips Hue, so if I have colorful lights, I can make the colorful lights do things with my stream deck. That would be cool. That would be cool if I had like an actual streaming studio, but I don't. Not yet. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Voice meter integration. I might actually need that one. Okay, what were our effects looking like? It's looking pretty good. Looking okay. I had a micro game idea in the shower today. And I want to know how what people think of it. So I call it Baby Yeeter, or Baby Yeet. And the goal is simple. You know how like you know, like arcade shooting galleries, right? Like these kinds of things. And you have little things to hit and you get points or whatever. Like instead of shooting a gun, you would throw a baby. Like literally there might be like rings that move and you have to like score points like basketball or something. Or a UFO quickly flies over and you have a beam and you have to quickly throw the baby in the beam and it gets sucked up and you get some bonus points. Or you can like aim and do some like overhand throws, like a football. There might be like a lava level. I don't know, it'd just be really stupid, just like easy to make, easy to prototype, ridiculous idea, dumb. You just yeet babies, just like. And like maybe sometimes you would like have a rare chance of pulling out like you would like reload your baby, right? You would like pull a new baby out and you'd be ready to throw it. And sometimes it would be like a golden baby, like a shiny baby, and it would give like a multiplier on whatever thing you scored. So like there would be like I said, there'd be like really easy ones that you could do, like rings that move like really close by. They're really big, so they're hard to miss. They'd be really easy points, but then there'd be tougher, smaller things that would be faster and harder to hit. It'd be a very funny game 10 out of 10. Yeah, I think it's like, it's simple. I mean, you eat babies. It's a really easy game to sell. It's like, you eat babies, earn points. And then you can just do a whole bunch of crazy levels with it, right? And maybe, you know, make it like multiplayer and your babies could like hit each other, so you could like intercept someone else's baby. You could enable like rocket baby mode, so the baby, it's like a bullet, doesn't have an arc or like physics. It's just like straight shot. So you could like intercept someone else's baby or use it to hit a really far target, guaranteed. You know, as long as you're accurate. What a stupid idea! What a stupid idea! But it would probably work. And I don't know. I just like make it, finish it, and sell it for like, I don't know, $1. Steam. Which might help, you know, raise some money for our game. Like even if it sold only like 100,000 copies or whatever. That's more money that we can spend to make Cauldron Chronicles better, right? Silly games are important. Yeah, they are. They are. If I get, oh shit, I have to have my OBS open. Hold on. That's how sound alerts are played on my computer. And then let me load up Discord as well. Because that's how I escape while streaming. I noticed too that sometimes my stream alerts just stop working. Really weird. If I get like Cuthbert in here later, I'm gonna pitch that idea to him and see what he thinks. We also had another idea. I don't know if we talked about this on stream. I don't think we did. But it would be like a PvP game where you're looking down on a table, right? So it's top down, and you just see your arm holding chopsticks, and you can see the other person's arm holding chopsticks. And your goal is to, like hungry hippos, grab sushi pieces and put them onto your plate. But you have to be pretty precise with grabbing, but it's fast, obviously, because it's PvP. So you have to be both precise but quick, and it's kind of like just a quick duel. Very short games, but small idea. And I think we said on Discord it would be like each of the mouse buttons controls the chopsticks, so you'd have to click them at the same time, or yeah, I don't know. That one would need a little bit of prototyping. All right, pink flowers. Pink flowers. They're gonna be pink flowers are pretty common. They're easy to find. What could we do? Maybe like a fortify health tier 2. Just poison and maybe damage, stamina, Tier 2. Oh, I need my notepad open. Not that one. Here we go. By the way, I don't know if you guys know about like Sky Oblivion and Skywind, which are the Oblivion and Morrowind remakes in Skyrim's engine. When those come out, I'm definitely playing them both. There's no question about it that I'm going to play the shit out of both of those. A little too loud for Team CA. Round of pink flowers, increased potency of healing. Okay, well, that's easy. Dried pink flowers. Potency of mana effects positive and negative. I don't have any. But we'll turn it into a damage mana regen now. Let's see, distill, increase potency of fortification and cures. It doesn't have any fortification, but we can add, well, technically fortify health is fortification. So yeah, fuck it, let's do it. Man, okay. I can hear somebody's phone vibrating in like another office. It's so loud. It's so loud that I can hear it, and I almost think that it's mine. Who needs to calm down with the vibrator there? Purple crystals. What do we want purple crystals to do? Tier 2 fortify block. Tier 3 invisibility, and then some pretty major negative effect. Damage mana and mana regen. Fuck yeah, that sounds cool. Let's do T3, T2, or 2. Yeah. Except ground increases potency of healing, so I guess we'll do like fortify block, tier 1. So we'll switch to a regen health 2, and then we'll do the Lazy Fangs, hello. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Make that emote. And everybody has such cool emotes. What are we doing? I'm working in, well, obviously I'm working in Excel. I'm adding the effects for our ingredients so that we can export them into the game, and then that way when we, grab ingredients off the ground, we actually obtain the ingredients for them. Programming in Excel right now. True. Yeah, that looks okay. And we're almost done. What engine is this? This is Unreal Engine 5. And we've built out our prototype level. It's pretty much all ready to go. But we have all the ingredients of the game too. We just need to hook them up to the data, and that's what we're almost finished with. Heck yeah. Here, and then hide tabs, drag it up. Back to normal. I love alchemy type games. What's the spin on this one? Okay, let me do my unrefined pitch for you here with it. So, you are in a fantasy world, open world alchemy game, but I would say this is more of like a narrative focus. So, you can help the clients that come in to your alchemy hut, and depending on how well you help them or don't help them or just refuse to help them, in any case, it may have an effect on their story, their adventures, or the world around you. It's not really a shopkeeping game, it's more of a... I struggle to find a good way to describe this as not a shop. Like, you're not stocking the shelves. We're community keeping one. In a sense, yeah, it's more of like a life sim kind of game, right? Where you live in this isolated hut along a road between two kingdoms, and you are very alone. You're very alone in these woods, for better or worse. Obviously, certain value with potions. In a sense, yes. And, you rely on the people coming by to not only provide you with tasks and give you money or ingredients to help you with your alchemy, but you also rely on them for socialization and learning news about what's going on in the kingdoms of the wider world. So they don't really show up very often, but when they do show up, you obtain a new task, you talk to them, learn about their story, and... for instance, if a knight comes by asking for a potion because he, is going to go to like a dungeon and fight some stuff in it, you can just give him a healing potion, but maybe just talk to him, learn about what this dungeon is like, what he's expected to fight in there, and maybe you can learn that, okay, maybe I need to give him or try to sell him a potion of resist magic or, turn undead or something. Human supremacy fantasy, we live in with other races. Other races, for sure. The races. I just don't know which ones yet. I'd like to kind of explore my own kind of universe and a universe that we build with the community. But a lot of the storytelling is going to be subtle. It's not going to be in your face. It's going to be more of like From Software type storytelling where you don't always know the consequences of your actions or inactions. And sometimes inaction can lead to positive things, sometimes it can lead to negative things, and vice versa. Sometimes action can lead to positive or negative things. Then you don't really know how stories are going to intertwine or what choice is going to lead to some maybe disastrous event or large amount of fortune. Sounds great. Well, thank you. And we're building it with the community and just taking it one day at a time. Right now we have a big game conference coming up in May here in Poland, and we're working on the prototype, and then we'll be working on the GDD and a pitch, and we're going to go in and just kind of pitch this to some indie publishers and see what they have to say about the project, and see if I can get some money for development, because it's going to be won't be a small game. Oh, you're Polish too? Pozdrowienia. Dzień dobry. I'm not Polish, but I live in Poland. Jestem Amerykaninem. Nie mówię po polsku. Jestem dupą. Purple desert flower. What are we doing with desert flower? For anyone who doesn't speak good enough, for anybody who doesn't speak Polish in chat, I just said I'm American, I don't speak Polish, and I'm an ass. But I think it could also mean like I'm an idiot, right? Depends on context, I imagine. We don't have a lot of resist poison tier 2. Maybe we could make the purple desert flower resist poison. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I'm currently in Kraków, so there's a conference here, Digital Dragons. I don't know if you're in the industry or not. Any mechanic related to the potion making itself, or it's simplified? Yeah, I can actually show you. Let me do it with. Let me show you with our main map. And if you want to test this yourself too, I actually put the build of this on our Discord channel. Like I'm fully open to sharing everything that we're making and making builds for people to try. So what I did was I prototyped our alchemy system, and I've made it into a small like kind of mini game. You're mostly a hobby programmer, making my own game too. If you want to learn or just share your game, talk to us, get feedback on stuff. Our Discord has quite a few game devs, and it's only growing. So I've gamified our alchemy. You can drag and move ingredients around on the table. You can see their information, their effects, their flavor, which biomes, how much light they need to grow, seasons that they grow in, things like that. And you can do things to the ingredients. So if you obtain like a bell pepper, you can process that into different states, which change the effects and the flavor of it. So this would be cooking the bell pepper, and instead of having regenerate stamina 1 and restore health 1, it would now have regenerate stamina 2 and restore health 2. But it would change it would lower its sweetness a bit, but lower its sourness a bit as well. So we can process that and move it over to the alchemy table, and now we can put that into the cauldron and make a potion with it. And right now, since I've gamified the commission system, I've put it directly on screen. It's mainly just to give players a bit of a goal, a bit of an incentive to try and reach a certain potion that they need to make, and we can see that our sweetness is too not high enough for this, so we can remove like this cooked bell pepper and just put in a regular one, and our sweetness is now high enough for that. I guess the stats have an effect on the NPCs. They will, yeah. Like I said, it's going to be very subtle with the NPCs. You're going to have to talk to them and just kind of learn what they want. And some things may not dramatically affect their livelihood, right? The flavor of a potion probably isn't going to make a huge difference, but it could make a subtle enough difference that they may just give you a bit less of a reward, or they may just kind of have just be disappointed that it wasn't the flavor that they wanted. But I would say that the potions you give them and the effects that you give them on those potions is primarily the most important aspect. Like with that knight example, for instance, if you just give him a shitty healing potion, he might come back from the dungeon with, pretty bloodied up, pretty hurt, and he maybe wasn't able to get far enough in the dungeon, so he kind of just, it's like, I'm gonna try again maybe sometime, and maybe he comes back, maybe he doesn't, to get more potions from you. If you don't give him a potion at all, and you're just like, I'm sorry, I can't help you right now, he might never return. He might, end up dead, but you probably wouldn't know that. Or if you talk to him, you learn more about this dungeon that he's going into, and you say, okay, well, I can give you this potion too, which protects against you can't handle my strongest potions. Yeah, that's true. And, you can give him a potion that maybe helps with, like, undead or resisting against magic or whatever. And maybe he comes back and he's like, oh yeah, I found the necromancer that was, like, raising the undead. I killed it, and I have some of the loot here for you. I just thought I'd thank you for, helping give me the potions that I needed to overcome it. And so you obtain some, like, rare materials or some extra gold. But again, none of this is told to the player. This is all, you have to obtain this just from talking and being like, okay, well, maybe I can give you this. This would help. That kind of thing. I guess I don't want to say it's like a statement. I don't like making statements in my games or pushing agendas. But I do want the player to feel isolated. I want the player to feel isolated in this hut, which it can be nice, right? Going off into the woods and just relaxing and being in nature is wonderful until you start to get lonely. And maybe you want some human interaction, so you want to spend time with these people and learn about them and sit around a campfire with them and just talk to them, learn about their lives. And then when you see them again, it's like when you want to help, or maybe you don't want to help them because they're shitty people. Maybe it's like maybe it's just some asshole character who doesn't pay you enough, and it's like, just fuck off. Like, who cares? But I think that allowing the player to play in the way that they want is important to me. If you want to be if you want to be, like, kind of corrupt and help out all the shady characters, you can. If you want to be positive, you can. If you want to be a mix, or if you want to just be a bit more ambiguous, a bit more morally gray, I think that's cool too. And like I said, you can't always predict what happens, so you may try to do a good thing, but then a bad thing happens. Sometimes it's out of your control. Those games do a terrible job at being a shitty person, just like IRL. I think that a lot of games implement a morality system that is gamified, right? So you end up with, which isn't always a bad thing, right? I enjoy Mass Effect as much as the next person. And Paragon and Renegade just made it it made it easy and obvious to be the kind of person that you wanted to be in those games, but it certainly wasn't ambiguous. I think that for as formulaic as Witcher 3's side quests were, I think I enjoyed the ambiguous nature of my actions. And while I tried sometimes to do the right thing, it ended up having negative consequences that I couldn't have necessarily predicted, or I just didn't think about because I thought I was doing the right thing. And I suppose that's kind of the aspect that I'd like to recreate in Cauldron Chronicles here. It's just almost like that butterfly effect thing where one small action can compound into a large cataclysm almost. What do we have? Damage, stamina. You damage, stamina. Tier 1. These are my my counts for the number of occurrences of different effects. So I'm trying to keep track of this and see if we're putting too many of one effect into the game or not yet. Try to make games where choices have an actual impact, save for some minute differences and minor encounters. You're right. I would say though that let me pull up one of the pillars for our game. NPC is large. So this middle part here, this player spectates and influences stories. NPC storylines occur with or without the player, but the player's alchemical influences can affect the outcome. That's what comes to mind when I think about morality choices. That one had choices and consequences spanning 3 games. Yeah. I think too that when you have that hero sort of game, or the game where you're playing the hero, where you are in this larger than life role almost, like Commander Shepard, you can, it's sometimes disappointing to just have small changes, sometimes, but other times it's nice to see how the continuity runs. With Cauldron Chronicles, you're not the hero. You're the person that the heroes come to in order to get potions. So small changes like that where you're like, oh, maybe I should have given this guy a better healing potion. I hope he's okay. And then he comes back bloodied and beaten up, and it's like, shit, if I could have killed him, like if I just didn't give him, you're the Pippin, not the first. Yeah, exactly. Like you are a spectator to the heroes. You're the shopkeeper in a sense. You're just the person that sells the potions. But that doesn't mean that role isn't important, and I think we can emphasize that through the heroes' journeys, through the adventures, or through even just the farmer that shows up because their daughter is sick and is just looking for a potion. They can't give you much money, but they're looking for a potion that can help with that. Maybe they can't give you any money at all. They're desperate. It's like, what kind of choice are you gonna choose? Maybe they come back with their child sometimes once she's healed, and you can meet her, and yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's a life sim, not a shopkeeping game, and I think I need to refine that explanation so that it sounds better for publishers. That kind of narrative also reminds me of Papers, Please. Good game. Side character that can impact lives, but what they do is just a mundane job. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a really good comparison. I think I should use that game. I think I should use Papers, Please more as a description of that. I really, really like that. A side character that can impact lives, but what they do is just a mundane job. It's a very, very good way of putting it. Paralysis 1. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I really need to work on the pitch for this game, but we'll get to that. I've never been the greatest with creating catchy lines to describe my titles. Much more of like a low-level person. I can explain how it works and why it works, but I have a hard time doing like that, like marketing type of biz dev stuff. I love when basically random act of kindness or evil spirals out behind the scenes into something grander, such as, for example, helping the farmer ends up having the daughter fall for the night. He ends up having something to fight for and doesn't die in a dungeon where otherwise he'd give it up. Dude, that would be awesome. That would be awesome to have. Yeah, I mean, and that's really one of the things we want to do is just have these. Sometimes the stories intertwine, sometimes they don't. But you don't know when and where they will, and like you said, you don't know when it's going to spiral out of control. Keeps you on your toes and makes you care about the choices because you can't tell what will happen. Yeah, exactly. And I think that if we do that right, if we really do that right, I think the storytelling in this will just be really enjoyable. Especially if we can have a demo where we have multiple of those outcomes, and the nice thing is that we have a lot of control over when those outcomes change and on what basis. So for instance, in a normal like open world RPG, you're the hero. There's so many different actions you can take, and even Baldur's Gate 3 is a good example of where they just didn't account for everything. Act 1 is better than Act 2 and 3 in this regard, but the later acts especially, sometimes they just don't account for your small choices because it's just there's so much expansiveness in the choice that they kind of couldn't control it all, unfortunately. And with our game, it's mainly going to be based on the potions you give and whether or not other characters are alive or what state their individual quests are in. So we have a bit of control over it, and we don't have a specific time that we can. Let me rephrase this. The player isn't always going to expect that a NPC arrive at their hut on a specific day at a specific time. So if we needed to delay an NPC a bit until some other story is kind of in a specific place, we can. And I don't think that it wouldn't appear obvious to the player. I don't know if I explained that well. Smooth with saves coming? I don't mind saves coming, I mean. So I worked on a game called Darkest Dungeon, which there were a lot of people that shamed others for save scumming in that game. And I never really understood it, because it's like, guys, just let people play a game. If they want to save scum, just let them save scum. Increase potency of mana affects positive or negative. I do that a lot because I want the best outcomes. I mean, same. And I find it a little bit. If I talk a little bit about some Act 2 Baldur's Gate 3 spoilers, is anybody gonna be upset with me? Does anybody not want to hear that? Does kind of spoil the fun if you have to redo stuff. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm trying to highlight is that so few games have bittersweet outcomes acceptable. I agree. Yeah, it's like I want the best endings for things because that's just I don't want to have to replay it. It's like this. No, this is my playthrough. I don't want this outcome. Enjoyable when you can sort of live with a bad outcome. If it's done right, and I'm like really immersed, I will be more inclined to just accept the bad outcome. But I think part of that too is where outcomes are so obviously bad or obviously good. Like say the knight ends up dead, but a squire comes in instead and is more determined. Yeah, like it's like, what? Okay, Game of Thrones too is a great example of this, where you're like, God, anybody but Joffrey is king. Just please anybody. Oh fuck yes, Tommen is king. Oh, this is perfect. Everything's gonna be great now. Except that he's really easy to manipulate, and it causes all the bad people to have absolute control over the city, and it's worse than when Joffrey was king. George R. R. Martin is really good with that, though. So now you want to organically make up for your mistake with that young guy. Yes, yeah, you could have like talks with him about who his mentor was and all these things. Two, one. Still, let me grab these. Acceptable. I'll put it this way: in the you can have relationships in Baldur's Gate 3. You can get they're pretty shallow relationships, to be honest. I'm really not happy with the relationships in Baldur's Gate 3, but you can get into them pretty quickly, and there's a specific decision at the end of Act 2 where a major character has to make a pretty important decision that definitely has an effect on the world and this character. And if you're in a relationship with this character, it doesn't seem to have any effect on the chances to succeed in the dialogue roles. And this is kind of one of the things that I dislike about it. It's just that I had to save Scum because I want the best for this character if I'm in a relationship with them. But it's like I don't have any option to say something that reinforces that relationship. Which it really pulls me out of the fun and the immersion of it. Like this wouldn't exist in... It's obviously a D&D inspired game, right? BRB animating, and no worries. And I do watch some groups play D&D, and one of the things I really enjoy about D&D is just how far something can go in a direction that nobody anticipated, or how deep somebody's feelings or roleplay of a character can pull on emotions. And I think that a good DM would be able to play onto that and either lower a DC or make something auto succeed, or just make storytelling go to another level based on how characters are actually role-played in that moment. And one of the things that I dislike in games that try to build off of this idea is that they never give... It's really hard to write every outcome for a dialogue for role-playing But especially in those crucial moments where it matters, I think that's where you need to put the most care. To say, okay, what is this character's relationship with this character, and what are some things that they would say that may affect the outcomes here. Red crystal, ground, propose healing. Okay, red crystal. Let's do some health stuff with red crystal. We have fortify health. Regen health. Let's do regen health 3. Luck 2, Frenzy 2. This is a really good crystal. I almost want something that's really common and negative. Like damage, mana, regen 3. Hold on, let's do that because then I can bolster the healing effects down here. Yeah. By the way, did you guys see that Power World reached another 24-hour peak recently? It's insane. 2.1 million people. There are still more people playing Power World than CS2, which is just absurd. I have no words to describe the craziness of this game right now. Enshrouded 2 reached its peak over the weekend. Wow, wow, wow. There are more people hosting a Power World dedicated server right now than who are currently playing the new Yakuza game or Tekken 8. Jesus Christ. Have they surpassed 8? They've surpassed 8 million players, right? Power World, 8 million. Yeah, they've done 8. Have they surpassed 9 million? Not yet. Or they haven't announced it yet. We have Red Desert Flower. Do Cure Poison on this. Fortify Block Tier 2. Restore Health Tier 1. Damage Stamina 3. I like it. Ground, increased potency of healing. We do have heal on it. Dried, increased potency of mana effects, positive, negative. Do not have mana effects. We can add it to 10 mana. We have quite a few of regen mana. Quite a few damage mana. Increased potency of fortification and cures. Really increase the potency of cures. There's only one potency to a cure. But we can increase the fortification of the block. Okay, that looks good. Looks good. Red teacup. You have a lot of red things. I have a lot of red things. We can't give them all health restorative effects. Let's see. Do cure disease. We haven't done enough cures. Good. Ground, increased potency of healing. Health, fortify, carry weight. Cure disease. I don't have any mana effects on here, but do we want to add any mana effects? That works. That works. Seashell, normal, and ground. You frenzy tier 3. And resist poison tier 2. And then ground, I guess we can just kind of switch these up. 2 and 3. Fuck it. Walk 3. Damage, stamina, regen. 3. Nah, it's too much. Too much. Too much time on my hands. They don't actually have a lot of things on this this list of new things that we could cook. Round, increased potency of healing. Fermented, increased potency of poisons. Let's see. Dried, potency of mana effects. Cooked. Response of healing and stamina. gonna be a little weird. Maybe just cooking it turns the stamina into positive effect. I don't know. Yeah, fuck it. That's pretty fun. Sunstreak. We're almost done. Health. Resist magic and frenzy. Let's see, healing. Okay, restore health 3. This magic 1, let's do frenzy 2. Dried, mana affects positive. Fortification and Q. Yeah, that looks good. Toxicap. Toxicap is going to be a really nasty mushroom. It just does a lot of negative shit. You're not going to want to eat it. Do we want it to do anything positive? Now let's give it one more thing, like fear 3. It's just shit. This is a shit shroom. It's good for making poisons, not much else. Potency of healing. Well, it certainly doesn't have any good healing capabilities. Fermented increases potency of poisons. Let me do it this way then. Yeah. Booked. Increase potency of healing and stamina. And I don't have that shit. It's like, honestly, I'm not gonna care too much. Not gonna worry too much. Just a prototype. You know what? I think that's pretty good. Okay, let's see. Kind of quickly, we need to get colors and icons in. Shouldn't take terribly long. How did we do this last time? We did some like RGB color picker for color and then icons. We're just gonna kind of do what we want to with icons. I'm not gonna be too picky about it. It's more important that we just have an icon than have the icon that looks good. Oh, you know what I think we did? I think I chose colors inside of here. And then I updated the sheet based on it. Which might be what I do. I'm gonna pull this over to the side. And I'm essentially just gonna go like this. Okay, blue color. Not too crazy blue. That looks pretty good. And then I'm just gonna copy this value into the spreadsheet. Yeah, that works actually. Okay, 0.09, comma, 0.15, comma, 1. Oh, we did put 0. Yeah. Keep it consistent. And then we do this. Boop. Still without formatting. Shit, I don't want to make this series though. You know what, we can do it this way. We'll just copy and then I'll go through and I'll fix all of the, I'll fix the formatting on this after. As long as we get the data in the way we want it. Okay, barrel cactus, that's gonna be our cactus green color. Be like a... pretty decent. 0.17, 0.57, 0.09. Blood leaf was like a dark blood orangish, actually. It's pretty accurate. 0.59. Blue crystal. This was like a... almost like this kind of bluish color. Yeah. Yeah. 0.11. I am like rounding up. It's fine. It's close enough. Blue desert flower. This was this wasn't like a dark blue. This was like it's almost like a teal. It's almost down like here. And you're really, really faded, right? I think it was more like this. I remember how we said we were going to get rid of the temp colors that we're doing. I think we're just going to keep them for prototype. I don't want to spend however many days and however much money it would take to get actual models for these to manipulate on the table. It is a vertical slice problem, not a prototype problem. Chanterelle, I mean, the chanterelle mushrooms, they're kind of the same. I guess they're a bit more like orangish brown, right? Be more... more like that color. A dragon's eye. What did that look like? that's this one, okay. Elder Mist. This was the blue mushroom. Flamefin starfish, I think was like this was another like reddish orange. Closer to orange, I would say. Don't tell me to move. Watch. Flame grass was yet another red. I'm running out of red colors to use though. .58, 857, 0.03, 0.02. Flowering bush. I mean, these were. What did these look like? Very light yellow. Very, very light. Foxtail cactus. This is gonna be another like cactus green. Good enough. Ghostweed, it's pretty much white for ghostweed. Green desert flower. Another like aloe vera kind of color. Can't really help it. plants are usually green. Thank you, chlorophyll. Morning glories, I think, are nice and pink. Looks good. Okay, the actual pink flowers are much more aggressive shade of pink. One. And these are kind of purple too, though, these purple flowers. Red desert flowers. I don't think the red desert flowers were actually that red, but we can double check. Maybe place some here. Yeah, they are definitely more orange. We're gonna go a bit more like reddish orange. It's a very violent shade. Alright, red teacup. Yet another red. Kind of the nature of things. Sadly, you have a lot of similar colors. Where do we put a red teacup? What happened to the grass? Oh, there it is. That was weird. It's another red orange. Seashell. Our seashells are... they're kind of a solid blue color. Nothing too crazy about them. Unburst. We already had like a... No, I'm crazy. These are definitely more like yellow orange. More like this. Sunstreak. Which one was the Sunstreak? Oh, I think I mistook these for something else. Either way, blood red. I hate Mondays. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of them either. Ugh. Previous company I worked at, there was a meeting every Monday. It was pretty fucking useless. That same company though was also they scheduled meetings right over lunchtime. I fucking hated that. I hated that. I go, can we have a meeting? Yeah, what time works well for you? How about noon? Maybe 12:30? No. No, I'm eating. You will not disturb me. Thankfully, when I became lead of the department, I just said, "Here, cogs, I need." When I became lead of the department, I basically just I went out to lunch and I refused to answer anything until after lunch. Like, fuck it. You can handle it. You're adults. Toxic cap. Nice poisonous color. Okay. Colors look good. Just need icons. Here last week, I don't know if everyone is adults. What do you mean? Let's check our icons, what we have. Fishing icon. Maybe there's something. Ah, that works. That's a blue star. Having an HR case, the guy who doesn't follow our procedures charges overtime for work we don't want him to do. He started a massive fuss, shouted at our boss, and then sent mails to everyone saying he's being bullied and victimized. First time in my life I'm having such a wild ride. Is he actually doing overtime? And I'm not, trust me, I am not about to defend him, but I'm just curious if he's actually doing work overtime or not. Fuck knows he's charging 5 hours on something an expert should be able to do 30 minutes. I mean, I would just ask for proof. One time I caught him and just sitting on his hands because no one told him what to do exactly. So many. Yeah, that's really fucking weird. Look at this, look at this. Okay, held a message for reasons, sex-based terms. Chew us. Twitch, what are you doing? What are you doing, Twitch? My last manager gave us mandatory 8 a.m. meet. Yeah, Twitch. Chew. Oh my god. Wow. So sexy. Chew me dead. It's again. Chew me dead. What the fuck? Who says that? I mean, who says that in a sexual way is what I mean. My last manager gave us mandatory 8 a.m. meetings where she ignored what we said, then blamed us for her not knowing. The one time she canceled the meeting and let us sleep in like the other departments. She uncanceled at 11:30 p.m. We missed the 8 a.m. meeting. She scheduled another meeting to chew us out for it. Furries, they ruin everything. I would say that, like, I mean, I'm just a guy on the internet. What the fuck do I know? If the guy is like, number one, if he's doing overtime when he shouldn't, I just wouldn't pay him for it. Like, you're not supposed to be doing work after this. We can't pay you for that. Number two, if he really wants to do it and you like have some obligation, I would just say, okay, then record yourself working and we will pay you if we feel like you're doing that 5 hours. I know, right? But he says we were threatening by not paying him for that time. If he is doing, because you're in Poland, I think by Polish law, right, if you do more than 40 hours, you have to be paid overtime, but that's only if it's authorized overtime, right? He went to HR and now he went to doctor to get paid leave due to stress. Company's multinational, okay. And I feel like you can do overtime, but it has to be authorized overtime. The 40 hours are like more like mandatory. It's basically just, he's just stealing money. It's just he's stealing money. Case is cut and dry. Yeah, he's been a total bastard over it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like there's no ambiguity here. The guy's stealing. Everybody knows he's stealing. He knows he's stealing. T Azure Cascade Star. And when he raises his voice to his boss in front of everyone when he's in the wrong and everyone knows it. I've gotten pretty upset with my previous bosses. It depends on which one, of course, because some of them were great. Some of them I never had any problem with. But there was one that I got really fucking mad at quite a few times. I didn't do it, like, I didn't get mad at him in public, although I did make him really mad in public once, because he was trying to, okay, so there was, let me back up a bit. I still think this is really ridiculous. We had these meetings, like once every other Friday, where somebody could come on and present something to try and teach the rest of the team. And one time he came on to try and teach the rest of the team how to pitch a game. And this is very much like an open floor kind of thing. So you pitch, you have like a Q&A thing. It's supposed to be very flat in terms of like hierarchy, like more like a round table, right? And he comes on and he's talking about how to pitch games according to him, and I have some pretty big problems with it, and I openly challenge him. I'm just like, this is not the right way to pitch a game. Are you sure that, you know, the publishers are okay without seeing like any gameplay or something? How dare you challenge him, peasant? Yeah, I mean, the company had a lot of like problems with hierarchy. But his whole thing was, we don't need gameplay to show publishers because publishers will sometimes sign deals without seeing gameplay. That was his. That's what the case he was making. And I was trying to say, well, we have failed to sell the company's ideas. The last 3 companies' ideas that you've had without gameplay have not been sold to a publisher. The only 2 games we've sold to publishers were games where we had gameplay. That would have to be one hell of a pitch. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and on top of that, we don't have any internal guarantee that we can make this game that we're pitching, that we know that it's going to be fun. And publishers don't know that either. It's like, this is a hell of a risk. Your own data doesn't even back up what you're saying because the only 2 games you've sold to publishers, we had gameplay first. Just make it make sense. For fuck's sake. Do I have any cactus icon? I have forest icons. I don't think I have any cactus. Ugh, I'm cold. And no jackass for sure. I mean, he was... Shit. Reminds me of the story I had with the previous manager. It's like, I don't know. Okay, the company was like really hierarchical, so he was really angry. He got upset that I called. I think he said, you know, like, I called him out in front of people, and that's bad for like morale and stuff. Bro, just... If you're wrong, you're wrong. And the reason he went and did this thing to teach people is because I had previously told him in private that was the wrong way to pitch. Like, literally, I tell him this, and then 2 hours later, it's announced that he's going to be doing a presentation on how to properly pitch a game to publishers. What a company. A fucking company. I don't have any. So I wanted to have kind of have like 1 to 2 hour meetings a week to show and tell something we are passionate about and want to share. Okay, cool, yeah. Coworker made a really interesting presentation about wolves and their genome. Oh, nice. Manager came in, listened. Afterwards, took me to meet room and asked, so who do you think is going to pay for that time you spent talking about wolves? I mean, if it was an authorized kind of thing, what do you mean? What do you mean who's gonna pay for it? You authorized it. Feral cactus icon. I'm gonna steal an icon off of Google if I can. And just know, people, this is a prototype, so nothing in this is actually going to be in the final game. That's why I can take icons off of Google, because they are not actually going to be in the game. Yeah. That one stuck with me. Found it a waste of company time. I mean, it was like an authorized kind of, you know, show and tell, right? Later on, boss at some point told us to read a book he thought would help us be better workers. One of my coworkers calmly passed him the book and asked him, "Who do I charge for reading this book?" I was a team lead, so I authorized it, but he challenged that. I mean, at least he pulled you aside. It's kind of ridiculous, though. One time in high school, I was really depressed. I had some depression problems in high school, and a teacher asked me in front of the entire class if I was on any drugs. That one stuck with me. That one definitely stuck with me. Blood leaf. Do I have any red? I could do like this. Should have said life. I think I just got up and left class. I'm a high school dropout actually, and I think at that point my main thing to do when I got to school and just couldn't handle anymore was just literally to leave school and walk home. More power to you, yeah. I mean, I made it through most of it, right? Like I got to senior year and I dropped out senior year. So I did get educated, and it wasn't that it was weird. So I was like getting really good grades in the classes that I liked with the teachers that I liked. And for teachers that I didn't like, I basically lost all motivation and just didn't give a fuck about my homework. So I would be getting like A or B in some of my classes, and then I was just like D or F in other classes. Education is overrated. I think formal, to me, and I don't want to minimize the work that other people have done, but to me, I think that certain elements of formal education are overrated. I mean, obviously, I don't want a doctor who hasn't gone to school, right? to learn how to be a doctor. But depending on what kind of field you're in, you probably don't need formal education. Same flunked uni 3 times before parents gave up on trying to make me do higher education. That's pretty surprising, actually, in Poland. I feel like a lot of people feel like it's and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's almost treated like a societal obligation that you get a degree even if you don't use it in the future. I need like a blue crystal icon. Like any of these will kind of do. It's ridiculous. Yeah, a lot of people that I've worked with they have degrees, and it's not even in something that they're using nowadays. And it's like, okay, so taxpayers had to pay for you to go get a degree that you don't even use in life. And that's why 70% of my taxes are taken by Polish government. Thanks. And it's not that I don't think people should get education. I just think that I'm an American. Like, I don't think taxpayers should subsidize individual people's choices, right? Like, fire department, ambulance, police, services, yes. But what you choose to go to school with and degree you get, I don't know. I feel like that should be left up to private institutions. But, that's just my opinion. It's a really big icon, but it kind of looks nice. I don't have any crystal icons. Like I've said, I'm an American, so I have a pretty different view on like privatized versus subsidized. Things like that. And both systems have their pluses and minuses. In the end, formal education, if anything else, does one thing, teaches you how to finish what you started. I mean, that is a really good aspect of it. I think there are a lot of positives to getting formal education, especially when it comes to like connections. Man, I almost wish I had gone to school for like some type of game dev, but only because it would have given me so much more leverage to get a first job, and it would have connected me with a lot of people in the industry in a really nice way. And you just have to like build up from the start on your own if you do that. Really terrible. I do find the quality of programming education curriculum severely lacking though. Here in Poland? I had a colleague at a previous company I worked at who was teaching game design at one of the colleges. I don't remember which one. I would not go to him for anything related to game dev. I'm sorry. Or with game design. He was... pass. Red school. Yeah, the 3 separate unis I tried all were teaching basic stuff you learn in high school. Imagine learning C++ and how to write sorting algorithm for like 3 months. Everything I learned was self-taught. Yeah, that's one thing too. I think especially with not only software, but game stuff, you can just learn it at a much faster rate on your own, or like join a game jam. You know, obviously you can't obtain, again, it's like with surgeons. I don't really want a surgeon or an anesthesiologist to learn to be self-taught. And there's dangers, of course, with being a self-taught surgeon. But, look, you can fuck up a line of code on your own. Nobody's really going to care. You fuck up a surgery on your own, you have a lawsuit. So learn software dev on your own. Don't learn surgery on your own, please. Why did I get a red crystal? What if you fuck up the code for a playing controller? Yeah, but it's like, is somebody gonna hire a new programmer to work on some playing software? I mean, maybe. Hopefully not. The red crystal. Blue desert flower. Actually, this is good. Actually, this works. This blue succulent. Yeah, that's perfect. I love game dev most because how accessible it is nowadays, but very few people who want to make games as a hobby are aware of the amount of work involved. Yeah. It's an AVIF file. Fuck you. There is a very big difference between working in a studio and working on your own, yeah. I've tried so many times to have something done in a team, and time again it crashes against effort. You flipping off the flower, because I don't know what a fucking AVIF. is now I have to convert AVIF to PNG. It just pauses my music for a second. I don't know. Fuck this flower. Yeah, it looks good at least. Had to install malware first, like, yeah, exactly it. Am I like running out of RAM or something? I don't know. What do I know? It's gonna be another AVI fucking F. Fine, I'll just download it. We'll just convert it. By the way, just put in Aurora into music, it's so nostalgic. Yeah, it is. The amount of hours I spent traveling the rainy hills and valleys, oh man. Yeah, it brings me back. YouTube doesn't like this. I get copyright claims, but I think the only thing I would really want to monetize would be to be like highlight videos of the game dev, not 7, 8 hour VODs. Put it this way, if you're watching the VODs on YouTube, I'm not gonna put ads on these. Fuck it. You can have Twitch have VODs without background music. Yeah, but the problem is I'd have to double encode. So I'd have to have one encoding where you guys hear the music and then the encoding where the VODs don't have the music. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Because I use a separate streaming PC. No, it is, but it has to encode twice, because if you use the stream encoder, it has to encode two separate ones. Or if you don't use the stream encoder. Because, okay, so this is on my... I do this for sound alerts, but when you do the... When you do the video encoder here, you can then set the output, like the recording output, to be same as stream, which is use stream encoder. If you do a separate one and you choose the audio tracks, it has to encode twice because it's putting the audio track into the video as well. So it would use twice as much. For streaming, yes. But you guys wouldn't be able to, you guys would hear the audio, and so would the recording right now. Because I can do the audio track here. I'm pretty sure the Twitch VOD track you would still have to double encode. Well, let's see. Twitch VOD track. But then the encoding would be on Twitch, so I don't think so. Because that would just be an immense amount of power they'd have to do. The way this is going to work is you have your audio split into 3 streams. Really fucking... I don't know about this specific setting. I know that if you use audio tracks and you want to have a saved recording with certain audio tracks and then the stream with different audio tracks, you have to double encode. I don't know if this specific checkbox also requires you to double encode or not. The one thing it would add is that I would have to download the Twitch VODs and then upload those to YouTube as opposed to just recording it. Does it say any tracks are different to encoding? Well, it doesn't say anything about encoding though, because it still has to encode the video. You just send different track, only to VOD recording endpoint. I don't think it would work in my case, because I use a capture card in separate streaming, so I can't. All the audio is fed through the capture card, so I don't think I could pull it apart in any way. So I just use this OBS for my alerts, so I can hear them, because I couldn't hear them when it was hooked up through my streaming PC. Yeah. And the reason that we use a capture card is because I work in Unreal, so commonly I have like all of my CPU and GPU being used, and sometimes it could crash, and then if it crashes, then the stream crashes. But if I use separate computer, no, you're not distracting me. Like if there was a really good way that I could do this with the two PC stream setup, I'd do it. I think I would just need to buy a mixer, like an actual mixer, and just let the capture card only pick up the video and then run the audio through the mixer, and that way I could separate it. But I probably would need better than a mini PC. Because hold on, give me a second. Didn't know it was a dual. Yeah, it's God. I mean, I really like the dual setup for some things, and not for others. Because this is, I also don't have a lot of flexibility, because this is the PC that I'm using to stream. This little mini PC, which works really well for like 720p, 60 FPS, 1080p, 30 FPS. But I definitely can't I definitely can't do separate encodes with it. I'm pretty surprised at how well it's working. It's a doorstop, not a PC. Yeah, you're not wrong. You aren't wrong. It works well though. Like surprisingly, it works pretty well. It's got a what's the CPU in it? It's, I can just look it up. The N95, or I think it was the N95 or the N100 in this. No, it was the N95. It has a little bit better clock speed on the internal GPU compared to the N100. It's absurd. It's absurd that that thing can handle what it's doing. I do have purple desert. The purple dirt. The thing is, I could stream from the 4070 that I have in the computer here. Wait, you run games with that? No, I just use it for streaming. This is temp? Yeah, it's all temp. It's all temporary. It's all prototype. Same with like all the effects that we have in here. It's all prototype effects that we're just using to test the system. We need to convert the red desert flower. What's DRG? Deep Rock Galactic. So yeah, if we had 100 followers, I'll schedule playing some Deep Rock Galactic with you guys. I'm really bad at making prototypes. What I thought was a prototype was in fact way too complex mechanic. Any advice on how to make prototypes? I have to consistently remind myself that. What? Hold on. Oh, it's the red desert. Hold on. The quicker you fail, the better. And to make changes that are the most valuable, if that makes sense. Skip things that don't add much value. Like, so for instance, I'm just using colored boxes on my alchemy table to take the place of actual models of these things, these ingredients. It's nice for visuals, but it doesn't affect the gameplay in any way. And if the gameplay isn't fun, no amount of art is really going to help hide that. Gameplay first. And if you really want to do like proper prototypes in the way that you'll see in larger companies that have good production cycles, is everything in a prototype is scrapped. Like, you make a completely new project and you use the prototype along with your GDD, your game design document, as a reference to build the vertical slice properly with the correct pipelines, with the proper assets. Scrapping code is what I'm shit at. I make code that's overly flexible. That's a good thing, but I just can't imagine just writing something that doesn't go into the product. No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, because it's almost like you have to convince yourself that you need to do a shitty job in order to do a job properly, but then you're like, well, now I'm not practicing good coding practices, which doesn't help me, like, mentally almost. Someone gets it. Yeah, no, I get it. Like, to some extent, it's not like you are saying you have to do spaghetti. You know the Bioshock pipe fluid minigame? Yeah, I love that minigame. I will die on that hill. I enjoy that minigame. Bullet. Probably have mushrooms, thankfully. I'm trying to make that, and I can't for the life of me make the prototype to check if it's fun in the context of my game, at least. That's a good mini game to try and recreate. But it shouldn't be too bad to. I mean, okay, so the smaller the idea is, the less you potentially have to prototype, right? Because if it takes, let's just say it takes you a week to make a mini game. Is it really going to be beneficial to take 3 days to make a prototype and then spend the next 4 days making it properly? Yes, but also, what's the worst case that happens? You spend another couple days instead of the 7 days you anticipated. If it's small enough, you know, you're already going to fail quickly. Problem is it interacts with other systems. Oh, and I'm already making preparations for that instead of just making the simplest version of that minigame, you know? Yeah, so instead of just making it on its like own level or its own project, you're just kind of trying to fit it into the rest. There is some danger in that. There's some. but it's a lot smaller than compared to some other things. I think this would probably be the closest to it. We have that as shiitake. I'm just gonna reuse that. Like, fuck it. I need to learn otherwise. I have a couple of programmer friends who actually have the same kind of thing. And I do the same thing all the time. I mean, somebody else, maybe somebody else who's watched my stream a lot can attest just to the number of times that I have to say, it's just a prototype. Stop worrying about it. Meow! Hey, thank you for the follow, man. I love the Turkish man. I have to remind myself all the time, like, stop, it's just a prototype. Don't put so much effort into it. You're wasting your time on things that just aren't going to matter. It's just a prototype. Exactly that. Exactly that. A pain, man. It is a pain. Hey, Casper. But it's also one of the reasons why I'm hesitant to like make a whole bunch of videos for like YouTube or TikTok. Because I'm not developing this in a way that is traditional to indie developers, where they just kind of, they have this one project and they keep building it up. I'm trying to do it more the way you would do it for traditional. It does depend. It does depend. There's a lot of factors that play into it. Scope is one of them. Smaller scope games are less likely to need proper prototypes. Indie game dev YouTube channels do this, but usually it doesn't result in games. Can you explain that a bit further? Or reword that for me? Do I have a blue mushroom? Oh, yeah, I do. Let's do this one. I like this one. Looks like a wizard's hat. Elder. Flame. Do I have any starfish? I don't know if I have any starfish. Ooh, wait. Wait. Of course we do. Yeah, we're good. Is we have like two. We have like a yellow starfish and a red one, don't we? I only have a reddish starfish. What's the flame fin starfish like? Yeah, it is closer to that one. Then we have the sunburst, I believe is the name. This one is yellow. A lot of games have channels that show you a lot of meaty game looking stuff, but their game never actually happens. True. Yeah, they're stuck at making first game 4 years, burn out, or like Sheik's told. Well, it makes games to have YouTube, and finishing game is not a requirement to have good YouTube game dev channel. Usually game dev channels or streamers have the same problems like you. Like a problem with, I I guess, branding of the game, where we have to put this disclaimer. Icons. Okay, let's do this one for the flamefin starfish. Like, not able to show it for a long time. I mean, I agree with that, but I'm also showing it for sure. But I know what you mean, that most indie devs, they show it at roughly the same stage that a AAA company would show it, right? And so they hide it for many, many years. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Choo Choo Game was done by Game Dev YouTube. I actually gained a lot by showing the game I was making to chat. I was about to scrap the whole thing, but thanks to the people and their suggestions, I'm super excited about the new direction. Yeah, I'm like you. I get a lot of inspiration and motivation by showing it to you. If I was working on it on my own and I was afraid to show it for years, I would almost... I think I would succumb to being afraid that it wasn't good enough, being afraid to show it because of criticism or whatever. This has been so much better for me to do it this way. I need, like, red grass. Grass and leaves. Actually, this works. Flame grass. Choo Choo Game wasn't really marketed on YouTube during development that much. Yeah, but Choo Choo Game was... Choo Choo Charles was really viral too in its nature. Pirate Software inspired me a lot. I really haven't watched too much of him. But I don't know how much game dev he does as opposed to talking about game dev. Because I just don't really watch him. Flowers. I just need like a picture of a flower. I don't really need flowers with like stems and shit. It's making the game hardbound for a bunch of years now. On Steam with pretty good ratings. It's a good price. Interesting. Oh yeah, it's been out since 2018. Okay. Right now your viewers are game dev enthusiasts. Yeah, they are. And you were talking about marketing it to players that could like your game. And we are not at this stage yet. No, we're not. Mainly because I want to make sure that when we start to market the game, I'm showing assets that I don't have to put a big asterisk next to. Be like, okay, but wait, this is the prototype. And then I have to sit there for like 15 minutes and explain to players who they just want to play a game, they just want to enjoy a game, and now they're getting a lecture about how this is not exactly what the game is going to be like and how it's not exactly what it's going to look like. I don't think TikTok and Instagram have a good game dev audience. I think YouTube is the main game. Twitch for streaming. Ooh, you're an ass to flip. I saw this flower on Google. When it comes time, we'll be for vertical slice. Everything will be in-house. Or like, you know, all the art stuff, because we want to make sure it actually fits the same style and fits within our game world. So the thing is that TikTok actually, from what I've heard, and I don't know if he's here right now, he might be busy. He's doing a game jam. But he, one of our viewers, Joker, he was telling me about how TikTok's conversion to Twitch worked, and that probably with decent enough footage and videos we could get quite a few people to join the Twitch stream from that, actual gamers. But I really want to do that at a point where we're showing gameplay, because I think players will join. They'll be like, oh my god, can I play this? Is it out yet? And then I have to talk about how it's a prototype, and they can play it, but it's representative of the final game, and we still need funding. And then they're just gonna peace out, be like, whatever. And that's not a criticism of them. Like, I would do the same thing in their shoes. It is what it is. Story-based games are hard to sell on stream. Yeah, they are. But we will have, like an open world with exploration, puzzles, secrets, things to see, little mini games like fishing mini games, potion-based combat. People are usually, I don't want spoilers, and those that stay usually just want to watch and aren't going to buy. Yeah, and the spoilers are something we'll try to make sure to avoid. But when it comes to, when we have like multiple people working on this game, what I stream will be a much smaller portion than somebody who's working on the levels or working on the story. In fact, a lot of my streaming at that point may take the form of showing off things that other team members are working on. And kind of, being a cheerleader for them almost, right? About Pyro Software, he has a very good voice, can tell 10 out of 10 stories, gives good tips focused on being mentally healthy, and most important, have fucking Ferret Sanctuary. Tell story, you need to look at maybe references. That's when we have a story. We still need a story. Do I have any cacti? I don't think I have any cactus. I would say demo for story games is neat. It shows you pace and quality. Yeah, and that's what we're going to be aiming for Cauldron Chronicles. That's what our vertical slice will be, as our demo. See, like an icon for foxtail cactus. Okay, let me just try to get a cactus icon. Just fuck it. Good enough. No, it's kind of watermarked, but I don't really care. Yeah, it is what it is. Demos are, yeah, I don't think there would be any problem with demos. I would, however, make itch.io and Steam demo for early testing and Steam for more polished demo. We could throw our alchemy prototype up on itch. Nowadays, so few games give demos, I agree. I hate refunding stuff. I mean, to be honest, if something has a demo, I'll play it if I'm curious about the game. If it doesn't have a demo and I still am not sure if I'm going to spend the money, even after watching gameplay on like Twitch, I'll just torrent the game. And sometimes it's like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't buy it. In other cases, it's like, shit, okay, I'm going to buy this. It's pretty fun. The problem is, like, 2 hours just sometimes isn't enough to determine if you like a game or not. And it also puts a time pressure on you to, you have to find enjoyment in the next 2 hours or your money's gone. And so now it's like, okay, just skip the tutorial, I just want to play it, and then it's like, oh shit, now I don't know how to play, but if I play the tutorial, I'm going to be wasting an hour. So it's like, fuck it, I'm just going to torrent the game, and I'll play as much as I want, and if I like it, but it's still too much money, I'll just buy it at a later date. On the flip side, a demo of a roguelike that can be won in 15 to 20 minutes don't make much sense. It depends if the gameplay loop has a lot of replay value, right? Because like if there's a demo of Vampire Survivors, you can beat the first level in 15-20 minutes. But even then, there's so much more to the game, right? I get games from 10 to 30 minutes to make me feel something. Depending on the genre, it can take that much time. Sometimes more. I think 2 hours is enough for a lot of games to determine if I like it, but I don't like the pressure. Hades with only one boss and one weapon show you a lot, and don't take anything from sales. Yeah, if it's like Hades where you just have the sword and you get to Meg, it's pretty good. Gotta wait 50 hours before it's fun. I had fun in Starfield roughly from the beginning. Like, it's certainly not a 10 out of 10 game, but I didn't mind it. I'll play with mods, but I'm not gonna have the same feelings about it that I do with other Bethesda titles. It was just okay of a game. It's worse than Skyrim, yeah. I mean, vanilla Skyrim is not that great either, but it is better than Starfield vanilla. If a game needs me to play over 30 minutes to feel fun, it doesn't deserve to be played. It has fucked up pacing. Note that if story is slow developing one, you need to start with hook. I mean, I agree if it's you need to have the hook. I don't know if I could name a game that... I think Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a game that can be a bit tough to get into at the start because it's a slower paced game. It is an action simulator game. And if you go in there and you're expecting gunfights right off the bat, I don't think that the game has an early gameplay hook. I think it has an early story hook, but the gameplay is still very crucial to the game. Skyrim without massive knockers isn't fun. I really like modded Skyrim, but vanilla Skyrim... Pass. Once you experience... modded Skyrim, it's hard to go back to vanilla Skyrim. Please don't be some stupid... Okay, it's a JPEG, good. I mean, I'm a big critic of vanilla Skyrim, but it is still better than vanilla Starfield. Starfield just lacks a lot of soul. It has some really good parts, and but other than that, there's just so much soul lacking. I think Pillars of Eternity has really fucked up pacing. Yeah, it does. I think Josh did that himself, like Josh Hayes. And of course, nearly all MMOs are in a whole different category of fucked up. I will say, oh, Josh Sawyer, okay, yeah. Not to be confused with Chris Sawyer, the absolute god of tycoon games. I do think that, for me, old school RuneScape is one of the most popular MMOs out there right now that does not feel like an MMO, especially when you start it up. Because when you start it up, you aren't bombarded with like a billion things going on in the game. The icons and the things that you can click on have not changed dramatically in the last 20 years of the game's development. Or let's just put it this way, like the last 10 years. And I think it makes it very approachable. I need some leaves, some lamb's ear. I don't know, maybe something like this. Fuck it. One of the worst turnoffs for me when I launch a new MMO is just the sheer number of things and pop-ups that I have to click on and close and all this bullshit. Actually, Elder Scrolls Online was pretty good about this too. But Elder Scrolls Online is still an MMO with a shit ton of things to do. It's like, this is a very approachable UI for an MMO. And it's probably why it's very friendly for people who don't play a lot of games or play a lot of MMOs. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Mobile games be like, oh yeah. Mobile games are. But if I launch up, I don't know, it's the same thing. It's just like there's so much shit everywhere. And hidden menus and things. It's so annoying. So late game screenshot. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Starting players above. You're right. You're right. That wasn't a fair screenshot. But it still gets to that point, and something like Old School RuneScape or Elder Scrolls Online never get to this point either. TSO, same as Swelter, this game has a really good story. Yeah, I really enjoy the story of Elder Scrolls Online and the characters, although I think that the game suffers very heavily from how it scales its world. Which they do so that you can... Classic. Okay, need to go back at some point? Yeah, no worries. Good stuff. Wait, did we add the... Oh wait, Morning Glories. We need Morning Glories. I don't think I have a good Morning Glory flower icon. Morning Glory icon. God, I hate having to get icon. This is the one thing that just... It takes so much time to do this shit. Yeah, fuck it. This looks so bad, but whatever. Oops, I just misspelled it. Okay. Alright then. I think that an overcomplicated UI for most players is going to turn them off, though, from playing a game. Herbal icon. We're almost done with this. I just need... I have that like really bright. Actually, this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. The pink flowers. Okay, yep, almost done. Another thing I think about a lot too is complex gameplay versus streamlined. Like, I like complications and control, but at some point I expect automation and progression. That's why some games end up being tedious or heavy to play due to the amount of manual labor involved with keeping up. I think there are a lot of game designers who confuse complexity for depth. They're like, oh, you can control all of these things, and oftentimes it just feels like tedium. I think a good example would be if you've ever played Zoo Tycoon and compare it with Planet Zoo. There's so much micromanagement in Planet Zoo that just doesn't feel fun at a certain point. Like, it almost feels like it's punishing you for having a really big zoo. A book I once read about design is that if a thing has only one function, it's redundant. I don't really agree with that. Work. Gaia. Work. I don't really agree with if something only has one use, it's redundant or useless or whatever. I think it depends on context. We need icon. That's not icon. Actually, that works. Something has only one function. Don't tell me you need pictures from Google. Yeah, it's a prototype. What am I gonna need? What am I gonna do? I need purple crystal. I could make a purple crystal icon myself. I could get imported as normal map. Why? I want this to be a normal map. No, this is just a don't. I probably saw the colors and is like, oh, this is a normal map. No, I need a. Draw it yourself. I can't draw it myself. The only thing I can draw myself is that stupid cat icon, that emote. Or ask me. If you want to draw prototype images, you can, but these are going to be discarded anyway. Hey, Bartosz. That's why it's called programmer art. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. I need it to function. I don't need it to look good. You can draw a penis. I did draw a penis in the game. It's in the It's behind the desert. Okay, no, I'm sorry. It's not a penis. Twitch, YouTube, it's not a penis. It is a cat. Okay. This is a cat. You see? It has a smiley face, it has whiskers, it has ears. This is a cat. And it's sitting. That's why you can't see its paws. Okay? It's artistic, which. Too late caught in 4K. No, you're being caught in 1080p at 30 FPS. Because I know it. Because look. Right there it says 1080p. Bought in 1080-30. Red desert flower. Did we add the red desert flower? Yeah, we did. Tea, red desert flower. Ooh woo. Who's ooh wooing me? Poor Kong. That's cute. Okay, we have red tea cup. We just need some like red flower. Fuck it, let's do this one. Tea, red tea cup. It didn't import this as a normal map, right? Okay, no. Cool. Have to dip for more work and alert? Yeah, no worries. Discord. What happened on Discord? I like it. I like it. But hey, at one point in that image you sent, there is a dick and balls. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Icons, fishing icon. Okay, there has to be a seashell in here, right? Yeah, there's seashell, we have pearls. This one works. Seashell. Seashell-aronis. No, it's a cat. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's what I want, Pixel. Thank you, though. Sunbird. Okay, this is so we need a yellow starfish. I need yellow starfish. Yellow starfish icon. Good enough. T sunburst star. Oh, we're almost done with this. Thank God. Sunstreak. This was another red flower, I think. It was like a grass. What's up, dudes? Wish you all an incredible week. Hey, Renee Art. How you doing? Are we having a good week so far? I don't know. It's pretty good. Sunstreak. What does our sunstreak look like? Oh, it's this one. Wait. Oh, we used this one for flame grass. Okay, I'm gonna do this one for Sunstreak. T Sunstreak. Fine working. Yeah, dude, same. Too true. Toxic app. Okay, last one, we need a green mushroom. I do not see a green mushroom. Maybe in the add-ons? I do not see a green mushroom. Shit. Shit. Okay. Green mushroom icon. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. Don't touch it. But it's right here. It's, look at it. I can just do it. I can just put it in the game. Or is it because Nintendo's gonna be all up in my ass about it? It's good. It's a good thought. Put it down. I don't have a green mushroom. I have to find a green mushroom. Look, maybe this one? It's too simple. Welcome. Nintendo has entered the chat. That's not a green mushroom. That's a white mushroom with a green background. You don't want to piss them off after Powwood. Yeah, they're like, they're a little bit touchy right now. Not the good kind of touchy. But I can't find like any... Can't find anything good. Our icon. Nuclear mushroom. At this point, I could just get chat or get Midjourney to make something. Do I really not have a green mushroom? Problem is I don't have Photoshop on this computer. Otherwise, I could just recolor something. No, you know what? This works. This one works. It's not super green, but it's green enough. Toxic cap. Okay, let me fix the coloring super quickly. Wait. Okay, looks good. Let's try exporting this. Data, ingredients. No major errors. It looks good. It looks proper. We don't have strings. We gotta do strings next. But as long as they have the icons... As dumb as some of them look. Which one? Why is that yellow? Okay, we'll get that one fixed. Let me get strings. Let's get strings made. And I know I had a chat GPT thing open that would help with this. I have to find it. Fuck. Was it from 2023? Here it is. I found it. But we can pass it just this. It will. It's gonna output the right strings for us. How did we do this before? I think I copied, yeah, I will replace this. It's gonna replace certain parts of my work, that's for sure, like this. And our strings. I think I did. Replace with didn't work. I can just put forward or backslash n, right? I don't think it'll do that kind of replace. Oh no, it did, okay. There we go. Okay, and then DRB Zoom call. People still using Zoom. It's crazy. It's better than Skype. Okay, did anybody in 2023 or 2024, did any of you have to do like an interview or a call on Skype? To me, that's like a big red flag if a company is still trying to use Skype. Not really Slack. I mean, Slack's okay. Slack's fine. I want to replace. There we go. Okay. And I want to okay. Should work. Why'd you have to use some bullshit programs for me of Discord? It's flipping free and you can send memes. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Zoom calls, what I always say to my mom. Oh, okay. And she understand. Okay. Just say it to the older generation kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, I have my parents on Discord at this point. Is it really this many? I guess it is. So let's test it. And it should work. Guys, this is why I love it. This is why I love it. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. Okay, where are my strings? Here they are. I'm gonna put them beneath these ones. And we go copy and we go paste. And you know what, let me import just this set. Make sure it's all working properly as it should. We got it, boys. And girls. Like how the blood leaf is more just like a pink cabbage leaf, but we don't care. You do not care. We don't need this right now. We need... Close that. This is one of my favorite uses for AI right now. Just minimize the amount of work that I have to do on things that I can do but would waste so much of my time. Oh, it even put a comma in Dragon's Eye. That's at least one bonus point for ChatGPT, right? At least one. That I didn't even tell it to put a comma in that, and it did. That's pretty impressive. I didn't tell it at any point to do that, right? Scary. Does this count as AI-assisted development? Like, would I have to put a disclaimer that I used AI in the creation of the game? Just so I don't have to type in strings on my own. He's not a real developer. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think lamb's ear should probably have a comma. Right? Yeah, I think it should. I'll just put that in on my own. Sometimes AI is absolutely stupid. It's really fucking stupid sometimes, especially with like math. You'd be surprised how often it gets basic math wrong. And other times it understands the assignment. It's perfect. And it saves me from having to manually type hundreds of strings. Spend the next 2 hours doing this only to make some small mistake. Thank you. Who said he favors the humanities? He might. Really good for role-playing too, ChatGPT. Well, it depends on the type of role-play. The main issue that it has is that it can't remember much. Like, it can only remember a certain number of tokens. But I've used it to train myself or to practice pitching games. Like, I tell it to roleplay as a game publisher. And I'm going to pitch a game, and I think it needs to ask relevant and challenging questions. And it's really great for just catching some issues you might have that you didn't think about, or reinforcing some of the topics you talk about. Okay, everything should have string. Actually, everything should be finished now with this aspect of it. Yeah. It just fell off. Wait, it shouldn't fall off. Hold on, there's supposed to be a Yeah, there's a... What the fuck? I've noticed the spawning on this one on the processing table is it's a little wonky. I gotta make the spawning point a little bit smaller on it. Alchemy, blueprints, alchemy table. I think it's on this one. Oh no, it is in the processing station, okay. Ingredients, yeah, but the spawning logic is in here. Let's see. Processing, 40 by 80. Did I do the wrong 80 maybe? Gee, yeah, that's a really bad way to do it. That'll be better. Yeah. No, it looks good. It looks good. The icons are a bit weird, but, you know, gotta do with what we have. The last task to round this all out is we have to go into each of the foliage actors, specifically the collectible ingredients. And this is the kind of easy but just a little time consuming part. We just have to put the ingredient IDs into here, which isn't too bad. What I can do is add a filter as well for yeah, actually, will that work? Yes. Perfect. And now we have all the collectible ingredients. And this will be pretty easy. We just go over here, we copy this, we paste it in here, and we determine the amount that the player gets when they pick it up. Which for you know, for most things will be 1, but we can add 2 or 3 if we want, and this is it. That's all we have to do for it. Okay, this is barrel cactus. You make sure to compile and save. Honey, I think we already hooked up honey. Gave 2, yeah, that's okay. This one is blood leaf. The good thing is we can kind of track our progress because we have to check it out in order to change it, so we can kind of see how it's going. I do wish I had that the amount to add was a range, like there was an amount min and max to get. I could handle that through the data table as well, actually. Would only require a pretty small refactor. But for now, this is more than okay. Oh, this is gonna feel so good when we have this done. I've been waiting for this day for so long. I can't even tell you guys. Because like before we just gave the player 99 of everything, and now we can remove that and actually have the player go out into the world to collect things. and it will give the player some purpose, not all of the purpose that we want. Of course, you know, if you have an open world, you don't want it to only exist for one thing, or for the player to only be able to do one thing in it. That's pretty boring. But it is a start. Okay, flamefin, powerfish. Flowering bush. Nice. Freshwater pearl. That is an already existing one, so let me go up. Alright, I have my spreadsheet on my other monitor, but I'm just copying row names, so it's not really that interesting to watch me grab. Okay, ghostweed. We're getting a haircut after work tomorrow too. Thank God. I really hate the feeling of my hair getting long, especially on my neck. Maiden fingers. Yeah, this is just gonna use... Wait, is this gonna cause any problems? It shouldn't cause problems. Actually, wait, will it? No, we're fine, we're fine. Yeah, we're cool. We're cool. Morning Glory. Actually, weren't we supposed to... No, never mind. I didn't think we put enough Morning Glories up, but we did. And we have Nightshade already up here. Wait, isn't it? Yeah, Woody Nightshade, okay. Okay, thank you for auto-saving. Red crystal. Okay, we have the lavender. No, that I don't know why that was here, probably for some testing, and I didn't fix it. Okay, it's fixed now. Red teacup. Seashell. I might restore the harvest text as well, that, you know, used to appear above the ingredients. I know it looks really bad, but it's useful to know that you can harvest the thing you're looking at. I think it's just better for the player experience, even if it looks kind of dumb. A wheat. Ah, stupid mouse. As if you want some advice, don't buy like cheap $15 mouse and keyboard combos. I'm sure you already knew, but just don't do it. Okay, I'm gonna hook these back up. And hook this back up. Okay, let me see. Let me change one thing. So we run this at the start of the level to force ingredients to 99 and spawn jars. The thing is, I don't want to do that for this level currently. Alchemy Sheep, thank you for the raid. I apologize, I don't have the alert working for raids. It's kind of silent, but thank you for the raid. Did you raid because alchemy is in your name and we're making an alchemy game? That would be perfect. What am I looking for? Oh, probably I have the same no setup situation. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty amateur. It's like I want to focus on making the game and less on spending 10 hours in the background trying to, I don't know, have some scrolling text or whatever that doesn't really add much value anyway, right? First person part. Wait, why is this not hooked up? Weird. Oh, I just saw the word Cauldron in the name and I was definitely intrigued by it. Are you a big fan of like, I mean, your name's Alchemy Sheep, but I'm not going to assume that you're super into alchemy games. could just unhook this right now, but I still wanted to work for the alchemy test map. So I might just do I might just do this. Bug. Get current level if it's the first person map, do it, otherwise don't do anything. Let me give this a shot. So we shouldn't spawn with anything on the alchemy shelves right now. Perfect, and if we grab something, it should automatically go there. We have to force it to update. We could do that some way. Love the concept of it, and I do really like to see games that use it, but I don't play a lot of games myself. Usually I just watch other people play them. No worries. I mean, this will be a really cozy one to play and a cozy one to watch, I think. But I like that you... I'm glad that you enjoy the concept of it. I'm gonna move this up. I might put a... Well, let me make a new blueprint. New blueprint. It'll be... Table updater. Blueprint class, actor, BP, alchemy. I'm just gonna call it table updater. I totally forget. I hope there's a BPI that we can call a BPI function. Which there should be. There absolutely should be. Maybe there isn't. What's here? It's just gonna be spawn jars. Let me look it up. Let me see if we can find it. God, so much trash here. Alchemy update ocean coal. Well, it'll be whatever I call on the ingredients themselves. No. Do I... It'll be here whenever we press send to shelf. Oh, let's just update shelf. Filter ID. It looks really great, man. I'm just signing off right now, though, so good luck with your development. Have a nice day. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the raid, and, you know, hope to see you again sometime. I'm sure you're probably pretty tired if you just got done streaming. I get the same thing. It kind of sucks that when you raid people, it's the end of your stream, and usually it's because you don't have the time and or you're tired. So it's like, it sucks. But I get it. Yeah, I hope to see you back here again and something like that. Yeah. Like after I'm done with a 7-hour stream session, it's like I want to go home. I have some other work that I have to get to, and then I just want to be tired and watch some videos, play a game, relax. So I get you. No worries. No, we just get ingredient shelf, get... Okay. Yeah, no, this is perfect. We're gonna add a box collider. And on component, begin overlap. Yeah, we'll just do begin overlap. Other actor, equal. I think we have to get the player pawn. Branch. get actor of class. There's only gonna be one alchemy table in the scene anyway, so we can just do it this way. Ingredient shelf. Here it is. It will be a direct object reference, so we don't have to get first one. So we'll do update shelf. Wait, I do it here. Target get selected option ID. Oh, okay, it's in the widget. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I can get a single widget, right? I can only get all widgets of class. Yep, that's fine. Top level, filter. Get selected option ID. Wait, I call it gets. Wait, what? I call the variable get selected option ID? I saw the two gets there. I'm like, wait, did I really name the variable get selected option ID and not just selected option ID? Oh yeah, I did. Well, that's really stupid. Okay, that looks better. Okay, and we'll put this in the world. Alchemy, blueprints, table updater. I'm gonna put this just right in front of the... That way whenever you enter or exit, it's gonna update that table. Or the shelf. And that way we don't have to run it every time you pick something up. It'll just run it right there. And you'll see it. You won't even be able to see it updating. Well, you could if you... No, you could see it updating, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for prototype. Yeah, perfect. You pick one up, you add it to the table. Technically it shouldn't be up there because you have 0, but it's fine. Actually, you know what? It kind of serves as I guess, like a reminder of what it is and what it did. It's kind of a bug, but I don't mind it. It's a bug with a good user experience. Wait, if I process it then? I'm very curious about this. Send to shelf. And if I update I think if I update the table though, it's gonna disappear, won't it? No, because this is actually a really good bug. This is a bug that I'm really fucking happy it has happened. So, because we don't force everything to 99 at the start of the game, which fills up the inventory ID with IDs, technically the player's inventory structure starts completely empty. But as we add things to them, we don't ever remove the IDs from the inventory. We just set the amount that the player owns to 0. So every time the player processes something, it almost, or picks up something, it almost acts as a discovery for the alchemy table, and therefore you can see and remember all of your discoveries. Fuck, this is actually a really good bug. Oh my god, the one time a bug is actually quite cool. Okay, so everybody on Twitch, everybody on YouTube and Twitch who's watching this either live or recorded, we're gonna pretend that this was intentional to make us seem really smart. Because that's what makes people like you, is when you pretend to be smart even if you aren't. Absolutely perfect, okay. Send to shelf. Cool, we have it. Oh, we have errors. Where? Access none trying to read property. Get item. Okay, we'll do a if valid index. Branch through. That should prevent that error message from popping up, but I'll double check. Because I think it's because that UI element hasn't actually been created yet. At my screen. That's such a good bug. I really like that bug. Okay, error won't pop up anymore. Beautiful. I mean, I'd really like to bring the commission system over. The problem is we handcrafted those commissions to work with the ingredients that were in the prototype, or in the alchemy table prototype. I know that's confusing because technically this is the new prototype map, it's the old prototype map. The commission system I don't think would work out of the box, but it would still be nice to add. We could add it. I know right now we don't have the potion brewing button working because it's trying to check the commission, and if the commission isn't succeeding, it doesn't brew. Kind of a remnant bit of code due to our lack of the new commission system. Do I want to add it? For now, I wouldn't mind just going around, seeing if we can harvest some things and come back and Just make sure all the math is working out correctly, but I think it is. Checking some Godot streamer. Hey, Max Tech. I definitely say this is not Godot. Did you get pulled along with the raid? Most of them are trans. I mean, that's okay, though. I like anybody as long as they're nice to me. That's how I live my life. If you aren't an asshole to me, I won't be an asshole to you. Oh, unless it's I have a really bad day. Oh wait, my invisible walls are here. Why is that? Godot's a good engine. It has a lot of capabilities. I'm not very good with traditional programming though, so, you know, I stick to Unreal where I can mess with blueprints. Alright, this is pretty good. Let's head on back and let's see what the looks like. Godot was pretty good, similar to Unity actually. It's a lot more buggy and unhinged. Is Godot really that buggy? I only tried it once, but my brain just does not work with traditional programming. Okay, look at that, this is good. Good shit here. The only thing, like, this bug is working in our favor. But I do wish that when you went to process it, it kind of saved the information about it. But I like this, So we could process this each in these ways. Send these to the shelf. And now we have the saved information about each of the subtypes. Yeah, it's really nice. Flax is better than Godot? I haven't used Flax. Yeah, like the UI and copy paste doesn't work properly sometimes. You can see that it's made with some spaghetti code. I mean, I don't think there are any... I don't know about Unity, but I'm not sure that there's any engine that does a very good job with out-of-the-box UI solutions. At least from what I've seen, I think Unreal handles it the best, or at least has the most out-of-box capabilities with their engine. Real-time GI? What is that? Oh, global illumination? Not UI for the game, but UI for using... Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I think Godot could just benefit from having a lot more support with its development, but I don't know if it's there yet. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's at that stage where it's getting that top-of-the-line support. But I think with Unity just kind of going south with its monetization, I think a lot of 2D Unity developers have moved to Godot. We might see it get more support. Maybe. Flax? So Flax is mainly like a 2D focused engine with real-time global illumination. If I'm understanding correctly. Also, I'm going to celebrate a little bit here because we have our open world, we have all of the ingredients in it, and we have data hooked up to all those ingredients. Which, if we want to go look at our gameplay loop, where is it? That's the, yeah. We have this done. I need to draw on this, hold on. Copy. Although all those trees are nanite, I don't think they are currently. I don't think these are nanite enabled trees. I don't know if they could be because of how they move. The swain is part of the material though, not the mesh itself. Like they're static meshes with material changes this way, so I don't know if it would work with nanite. I could try it. Haven't seen Flax in action, but quick search seems to point that it's 3D focused. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never seen Flax in action either. This is great. I'm really happy. We have this done. Shut up. Don't say anything, chat. Okay, we have this done. We have this technically, let's put a yellow around it. Or you know what, let's put green around this. This is prototyped. Our open world, however, is very minimal. Got any boss fight? Not currently, we don't have any fights. But the goal of the game will be to have you fighting with the potions that you make. So you can use the potions to complete commissions, you can drink them yourself for like buffs or debuffs if you want to hate yourself, or you can throw them at enemies to give them buffs or debuffs or do certain effects. So the boss fights will be more mechanical as opposed to dealing damage. You don't fight with a sword and shield or a bow, you fight with the potions that you make. That's the intention, at least. We have this mocked up, but mainly because this is not added yet. That we don't have proper commissions and dialogue coming in to the player. So this is going to be the last big hurdle for us. However, I would also say that our open world is... I'm going to put yellow around it because it's minimal. We need to augment this with activities. Really fucking pain. I just want to put a. I wanted to shift enter to go to the next line, and it doesn't want me to do that. I have to just regular enter. Okay. Fuck you. Activities. Some basic enemies. Secrets, puzzles, things of that nature. Activities kind of covers mini games too, but I'll just put mini games. And these are not done yet. But the basic open world is collecting ingredients, making potions. We have that solved. Commissions we have mocked up, but they're going to be replaced once you talk with the NPCs, and I would even say the rewards we don't have yet either, but that's not too tough to... So it's good. It's good. We're making good progress. We have... Let me take a look at the calendar again. May is our date. And this is going to be me preparing, so me getting materials, getting things printed out. Ideally by this like Friday the 10th. Our last stream is when we need to have all of it pretty much completed. I need to have the GDD completed. I need to have the pitch completed. We need to have the prototype completed. That's the goal. But we're not even in February yet. I know February is kind of full of games. And especially if the new Elden Ring DLC launches, I'm going to be playing the shit out of that. March and April look really good for getting things done, though. Yeah, March and April look good. Okay, what are we going to do next, then? We need to think about this. I know we talked that we need to just plan out how we're going to approach adding in some additional fauna to the player to interact with, just to give the world a bit more of a feeling of being alive. We need to kind of concept some of the secrets and puzzles we're going to have in the game, and then build them with blueprints. And then think about what mini games we're going to have and what we have time to add, especially because we don't have NPCs yet, and I think that this is going to take a bit of time. I'm going to have to make a completely fresh dialogue system, in my opinion, which shouldn't be too hard. I don't think it'll be too bad. And for the prototype, all we're gonna need is one NPC who probably comes by your hut at least 2 times. So I'm thinking like minimum for proof of concept, and anything that we have extra time for. If we end up with an extra month to polish all this off, we can do so, and we can add a bit more depth to it, or add in like another little mini game or activity, new animal or something. We also need to have, and this isn't here, I think I would add it. It's kind of included with the enemies basic, but we need to have ocean combat. And that's what we're looking like right now. If it took us about 2 weeks to develop the alchemy system from scratch, and that was completely proprietary, the open world didn't take as long to make. And we were able to use a lot of asset packs to help us. NPCs will be pretty easy. I think I was thinking of having this road be where, the NPCs arrived and left from. So I could just do very simple pathfinding from here to your hut, and they would just, wait outside for an hour or something. Again, for like prototype, we don't need to do it properly. We just need to mock it up to showcase what the gameplay is going to feel like. And that way, when we work on our vertical slice, we can scrap everything here, we can build it properly, have the proper hut, and level for the player to play in. So Yeah, that would be fine. The dialogue system is going to be probably the biggest thing that I have to add that I still don't know how it really looks like. Unlike a traditional dialogue system where... Let me think about how to word this. Unlike a traditional dialogue system where you talk, you have your options, you choose it, you hear something, and you can sometimes ask context-related questions to what you just heard. This is going to be tied in with the gameplay as well. So, in a way, it's more like an investigation game. If you think about what a dialogue system for an investigation game would have to look like, where you hear testimony from the person, or you hear, you're interrogating, although in this case it won't be in a negative connotation with interrogation, right? It's going to be, you have client needs that need to be fulfilled, so the more context you receive from the client, the better chances you have of more accurately fulfilling their needs. Well, maybe it isn't as difficult as I think it would be. Especially for mocking it up. I would say the most difficult aspect will be when you go to give them the potions, or potion or potions. We just need to have a back-end way to handle whether or not that NPC, that client, is receiving what they need, and how do we judge that? It would almost be like a structure that looks something like this. You have your NPC, you have your other data, whatever, and then like you would have required potions, or you'd have like necessary potion. And then optional potions. And these would both be arrays. Because perhaps they come to your hut seeking, 2 potions, but you can have optional things that they're looking for or may be willing to buy. It's like, how do I determine this? If some knight, like we use the knight example, right? He's coming, he's looking for a healing potion, very basic, which is probably the NPC that we're going to go with in the prototype. He's looking for some type of healing potion. And this is not a structured variable called some type of healing potion, but more just, he's looking for this, so it'll take on the form of, let me put it this way, potion with restore healing, restore health, effect at tier N. Right? And this is the one that he'll be very open about talking about. Hi, you're a herbalist, you're an alchemist. You make potions. I'm looking for a restore health potion, that is moderately strong or something. And he's not going to say tier 3, right? He's just going to say, I'm looking for a healing potion that is moderately strong. And you almost have to make an assumption, okay, is restore health tier 1 going to be enough? Probably not. So it's like the stronger the healing, the better. And then if you talk to him more, you may realize that he's looking for other potions, or he would be willing to probably be willing to buy other potions with maybe like potion with resist magic, effect at tier N, and maybe like a potion with fortify block effect at tier N. So how this looks for the player is when they have, if they've successfully talked to the knight about all of this, and they get a good feeling that they need, obviously, the restore health potion, but that they probably can sell him a resist magic or fortify block potion as well. We almost need like a separate interface where you barter. The knight, you know, says like, oh, I only have like 50 gold to spend, and you're like, well, the restore health potion probably I can give you for 20. The resist magic, though, is another 20, and the fortify block is like 30. And so you have to like haggle a bit. You have to, okay, well, I can give you a slightly worse restore health potion and charge you less for that. You can make a potion with a single potion with resist magic and fortify block. How does this go? How would this even look for the data? This is complex, very complex. I think the data for it will look different than what we would show the player. So instead of potion with resist magic, I think we would just do necessary effects. Optional effects. And we'd almost give them like a willing to pay, like we would set the NPC to be able to give a certain amount for it. I mean, again, this can be mocked up, right, for a prototype. I don't actually have to make the full system. I could just force it in a way and not make the system. Oh, that might be tempting. The reason being, at this stage of development, we don't need to care about... This is not the point at which we determine all of the unknown unknowns. And it's not where we create the production pipeline for a system. This is very much a proof of concept. Does this work? Can it work? Is it fun? So instead of approaching it from specifically a data standpoint, it could just be scripted. As much as I really like making data-driven systems, and this would be really, really challenging and a lot of fun to do. I guess the question is, I'll think about it in the way that I would make it. And then I'll try to estimate how long it would take to make it that way. Because we have to remember too, I can implement the system. And I could just have the player interact with a box that spawns, that's, you know, just placed right next to their hut. And pretend it's an NPC for now, but I still need to... I'd at least like to have, you know, a mannequin NPC walking here and then waiting for the player to interact. And then after you've fulfilled their needs, they leave. Because at least to me, that is the... It's pretty minimal. It doesn't look terrible. It adds a bit of movement and life into the world, even if it is just a mannequin, or we just download some, you know. I'm sure there's something on the store for some free rigged character. Okay, Epic, yeah, take a million years loading your launcher. Typical. I don't know if I specifically have any characters, though. Animals, dragon, fishman. It's a female mannequin characters. Gothic Knight. It is rigged. It's rigged to a legacy skeleton. Goblin. Actually, this knight would look really good. I didn't know I had this. Goblin gang. We can have goblins. Goblin D's nuts. I got this in October 2020. Nice. Can I have him without the helmet? Kind of looks like you can. Goblin Wars in Oblivion? Yeah, I remember the Goblin Wars. Wasn't it like fully structured too? Like it was a fully structured system with different gangs? Yeah. It's so fucking dope. Good shit. This game is so good. And this was more detailed than Skyrim's Civil War mechanic. RIP. There are a lot of things that I like in Oblivion more than Skyrim. 100%. Which is why I'm really looking forward to Sky Oblivion. Scary update. Ooh, spooky. I'm absolutely going to be playing this on stream, by the way. I'm so excited for this. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. I'm so excited for this. That and Skywind. Okay, so we do have some rigged characters we could actually work with, and I do believe I have some animation libraries. Phoenix Animation Pack. I mean, obviously Unreal comes with a whole bunch of movement and walking, so I don't even think I would have to bring in any other animations unless I really wanted them, but I don't think I could do that. But we could make more stylized faces for races. That's one way to put it. Oblivion characters are pretty iconic. You know, I was, this is a pretty controversial thing, but I was seeing, I think procedural generation is not much different than generative AI. To some extent. there's a topic we could have a fun discussion about. I think if I just have NPC walk in, stop here, we notify the player that there's an NPC at their hut. We make a pretty scripted, we make a dialogue system that is very basic. It doesn't have to be crazy because it really is just going to be you asking questions, and based on the questions you ask, we add additional options for like context. That's really easy to mock up, even if it isn't in the most efficient way for full release. This is just a prototype, so we don't need to make something that's ready to go for massive scale implementation, right? And then you make their potions, or potion, and we basically just check if the potions you're giving them have the effects that they're looking for and don't have effects that they're not looking for. And it doesn't have to be too crazy, it just has to make sense. And then the second time they show up, we can essentially determine their fate or what they say to you based on what you gave them that first time. And it'll be a little bit jank, it won't be very deep, but as a first iteration, and especially for a prototype, I think it helps to illustrate exactly the goal that we're aiming for. Yeah, no worries. I'm kind of speaking aloud, but also just to see if anybody has any feedback or ideas on what we could do with it. So don't worry. Would need doc for this. Well, it's exactly the NPC system we're talking about. That we've been planning with Cauldron Chronicles. But instead of making it some flexible data-driven system right now, which I can do, but it would take a lot of time, I'm thinking we just script it. Like we just minimum. I hate using minimum viable product as a way to describe it, but we need to be able to test. We need to be able to test it quickly. And this is a system that we could spend this much time on or this much time on. And at a certain point, in order to reach the level that we want, we need to spend this much time on it. Right? Like, there's going to be some UI involved when you're giving them the potions, but this can be done in a pretty simple way, either through like drag and drop or even just clicking. We don't even have to do drag and drop. But we need the player to talk, receive context, have no in-game helper to like tell you what potion to make, but I would still probably implement a super simple like chat log. So basically it would just be a pop-up window where you could see all of the dialogue that you had with this NPC. Just so you can look back and be like, oh yeah, we talked about that and he needs this. And what else? He's then gonna wait for you to make the potions. Or if you've already made them, you can give them. So we do need some like potion inventory to be added in order for this to work. There's a lot of like back end setup that we have to do. But we do currently have a potion structure because that's what we use to check commissions. So we would just be saving. We'd make a separate inventory in like the player's struct. The same place where we currently save ingredients, and we just save potion information. And we just add unique. Every time we just add unique to an array. Give it a name and some icon or whatever. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work, but I don't think this will take more than. It won't take more than 3 weeks. So like 15, I don't think it'll take more than 15 developer days. Do this. In which case, if we have like 45 developer days left, I can always use my keyboard. What do you mean? Get out of here. Fuck you. Get out. Oh, I mean like just, because we have like the player, I don't actually know where we save it. We save it here? Yeah, we save the player inventory. I just mean we'll have to add like some, we'll have to add like potion inventory stuff here. Not like terrible stuff, but we just need to like prepare some of the data to handle potions and make a basic UI for giving potions to NPCs. And like bartering how much money the player wants to try to sell it for. Hey, Denick. Thank you for the follow, man. Hey, why did I cut that off? That was rude. Get in, loser. Going shopping. Man, stream elements is just kind of whack sometimes. So much work to add fucking alerts. Also, that is 100 followers, which means we need to schedule a Deep Rock Galactic stream. And can I say thank you guys for all of the follows that we've gotten so far? I know we're still in really early stages of development, but just having the support from all of you, from friends, from family, from strangers that I wish I knew better, it's giving a lot of motivation, and it's going to help us to move on to next stages and know that we have some people that we can rely on for giving us feedback or just helping raise our spirits when things get difficult. So yeah, thank you for all the followers and all the people watching on YouTube who don't have time to watch live. I love you guys just as much as well, and I hope you're enjoying the streams. If not, you can leave really angry comments on the YouTube. I'm okay with that. Why did my alert not play properly? Meow. Not that one. Alert duration 5 seconds. Oh, maybe it's not long enough. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. We have a pretty good idea of how we want to do the NPCs. I'm still gonna wait on that just because I need to mentally determine what we want to start with. Which will probably be just getting an NPC to, on trigger, enter the world over here. And, like, I don't know, here or something, and just walk to the player's hut. And then on trigger, walk back. Which should be pretty easy, I think. I could probably just string a whole bunch of nav mesh boxes down. Like, I don't need the NPCs to walk anywhere else. At least not to start with. And they'll just walk here and they'll move to some location. I can just have them, I don't know. I can put like a little invisible blueprint down and just have them pathfind to the blueprint, and the nav mesh should just take care of the rest of it, I imagine. Because if you remember, the player can't go back here. There is an invisible wall here, so we can have the NPCs, poof in and out of this road back here, and the player won't be able to really see it, so it'll hide the magic. Oh. Oopsies. Oopsies. Guess I need to fix the wall there a little bit. Yeah, let me fix that. Give me one sec. I don't know why I did it like this. Whatever. Idiot. Level barriers. I don't know why I did it like this. It's weird. I don't know if there are any ingredients really close to the edge here. I don't see any. If there are, we can move them. The only one that's really close is right here. Yeah, there's a little bit. I mean, maybe I could just move this down a tad. I don't think it'll cause any problems. Just a little bit. Yeah, it should be okay. Yeah. I can probably just hook this up here. I'll make it a bit longer. I'll fix this right corner and then it should just fade in. Come on. Come on. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. I know nobody likes invisible walls, but for prototype level, I have to do it. Where did that lamb's ear go? Is there an ingredient right here? Oh, here it is. Okay, never mind. We're okay. We have some trees underground that we need to remove. Yeah, just these two. Yeah, foliage, select, delete. Is there a rock down here? The fuck? I mean, some of this stuff is important just for the purposes of being able to see it from a distance. So, like, you could, you know, stand somewhere where you could see the foliage behind there. We used this to hide the... I guess you can see it from here though, couldn't you? Yes you can. Okay, don't worry about that. Just your eyes playing tricks on you. I don't even know what the fuck I was saying before. Commission. Place the commission system. NPC. Could we try adding in the... Or, and this is an open question, do we want to do some of the activities, mini games, secrets, puzzles, potion combat? The thing is, these are really important, but they're not necessary to the gameplay loop. These are more augmenting the gameplay loop, and you know, obviously, if you remove pretty much everything from an open world in any open world game, you don't really have an interesting game, right? So that's why these are crucial, but not necessary. This is necessary. And if we get this done, we can still do this stuff afterwards. At least if we get this done now, we'll have the basic gameplay loop in prototype form. Yeah, I think NPC. And I'm probably just going to use that Gothic Knight. See how big it is. Unless we have something better. Treant. Stylized character kit. Casual. They're like Fortnite characters. Literally, it's from Epic Games. I'm looking for something fantasy, and that's just like, it's just player, it's just character. Medieval accessories and robes. This is kind of unnecessary. These look nice, but I don't really need this. Low poly cats. Tempting. Spiders. Pretty cool. I just have such bad ratings. Each spider has their own bone names, thus each spider has its own bones and animation, thus animations from one spider cannot be used in the other spiders. All three spiders' right turn still turns left. All screenshots are from Unity, not Unreal. Oh boy. Oh boy. Combat systems. Instructor. This is a designer for combat units. Using blueprint scripts, you can generate more than 200 variants of military vehicle. Actually pretty cool. Obviously not for our game, but pretty cool. Mushroom monster pack. See, that's what we needed. We need mushroom monsters. How can we not have this? And they drop mushroom ingredients when you kill them. Okay, Gothic Knight. Does it tell me how big it is? Because that's pretty important. No. Okay, 0.2 gigabytes is not bad. That's pretty good, actually. I was really scared that would be more. Alright, let's see. Map, showcase. We're gonna have to compile some view shaders. Has animations, right? Just has a single pose. I've never worked with with animations. This is gonna be fun. You know what? Let me see. Are there actually any other animations that I can use, like engine inputs? No. Why not? Oh, because I'm in first person. We would need the third person animation con. Okay. Okay. We can do that. We will make a new project, third person project. We're gonna migrate all the animations over to here. The quality looks pretty nice though. Yeah, it's not bad. What a face. Okay, game, third person, print, available, BPP. Let's do TP for third person. Starter content. I think that's just gonna add materials and shit. I don't think there's anything else that we want from that. You should almost never start with starter materials, in my opinion. Unless you just really need some like granite, rock, and wood textures. You can usually find better in the free packs. Characters, mannequins, animation. So I'm wondering if if it's these animation blueprints that hold multiple animations. I really don't know. Animation graph. Okay. Main states. Locomotion. Is there a way to like trigger him into a pose? I mean, I can do that. Good move. Okay. Here's the animations. Fun. I guess if you like trigger the ground speed should move. I see. $500,000. Okay, doesn't go. Okay, I see. I see. So if I trade it, okay, let me migrate all of this. Character, I'm just gonna move literally the entire characters folder over. Migrate, where is our project? The workspaces, Cauldron Chronicles, content. Yeah, throw it in here. And if it's just as easy, because you know it's going to be an NPC, right? So it's not player control. But if I can just hook up, welcome back. I am migrating the third person character animations and animation blueprints to Cauldron Chronicles, and then I'm going to try to hook up the Gothic Knight skeleton to those animations. The hope that they work. I haven't done any of this before, so a lot of assumptions are being made. Let's go to the first person. It's nice and small. You can delete some of this shit back here that we don't need. Okay. How do we do this? I'm gonna try first taking the... I don't really understand what the difference between mannequin, UE4, and mannequin. Look literally the exact same. Not. And in the animation blueprint, I'm going to just switch the skeleton. I don't really know what I'm doing. Iron Man in the house, yeah. That's true. Animation. Any... It can view its own poses. How would I take this? Bot name default bot. Characters. Movement. How do I switch out the... Like, you'd think it's an animation blueprint. It has to have a reference to the skeleton somewhere. Silver's, you know what, just tell me how to pronounce it, man. I'm so bad at this shit. When I be a streamer, I will pronounce everybody's name correctly. And then it's like, fucking crap, what? Unless you're named like Apple or Otto or something, I'm gonna have such a difficult time. I don't mean that as an insult to anyone, I'm just so bad at this. Bestie. I have no idea how UE works, this is magic. I have no idea how this works, and I just need to find... It does have skeletons, right? Hold on. Meshes. I see skeletal meshes, I see skeletons. What do I do? Edit defaults. Probably zombies. Like, it doesn't even show the skeletal meshes of the other... It's almost like it was made specifically from this. Create asset, create animation, animation blueprint. Creates an anim blueprint using the selected skeleton. Which is, it looks like that's what they did. Locomotion, okay, walk, run. If I click on that, output animation pose, but I don't see where it like references the specific animation for it. Right? I must be missing something painfully obvious. Ball loop. Oh, that's the physics actor, okay. That's for ragdolling, which I don't think we really need to worry about. But I am very curious where... I mean, I'm curious about all this. Like I said, I've never done this, so I'm clicking on things and trying to figure out where things go. Yeah, I double click on that. Great, but I still don't see... Wait, blend samples, animation, okay. Okay. And I can't change the skeleton here, but if I... Ragdoll alchemical explosion. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, actually. I can't change the skeleton here. So I think with the Gothic Knight... I really wish he had this sword on him too. He doesn't have the sword strapped to him. You can see the hilt. No sword. Well, let me try this. Let's go create asset. Reference pose. Create animation from reference pose. Let me see if this works. Characters. Mannequins, animations. I don't see it. Or this is just the path to create the animation. Hey, stop freaking out. Oh. Wait, guys, I almost look like a total idiot. Like... How do I get this animation working with this skeleton? Do this. Like attribute. I don't really understand that. Maybe I don't want to make a new animation. I want to make a animation blueprint. And now work. I need you to just function. I don't think is how this works, but it's like you can see all in the asset browser. There's all these things that are tied to this specific animation blueprint. Great, wonderful. Ask Chad Howard. He's good with just working. That's true. That's very true. Or UE5 copy animation blueprint or new skeleton. How can animation blueprints be shared among different skeletons? You mean that different skeletons have differently named bones, or are they different instances of the same skeleton? If it is the latter, I delete the skeleton from one pack, and then the engine asks me to assign the animations to a new skeleton, and I assign it the skeleton to the other packs. That could work, but it's only if the bones are the same name, and I do not know that. But we can check that. We can kind of check that. so much. Wait, where are the... That's the old one. I mean, there's similar ones, there aren't same ones. How do I do this? How stupid am I? Well, very stupid is the answer. Well, let me try doing that. Let me try deleting the Manny skeleton. And we're gonna see what happens. Replace with... I don't even see the skeleton. Oh wait, no, here it is. Here it is. This is really dumb. I should have made a new branch on plastic for this. This is really dumb. The moment I did it, I was like, this is not the right way to do it. Oh boy. I mean, I can always just delete all this and just re-import it, right? It's not a big deal. I'm at this point, I'm just playing around to see what I have to do to break it. Yeah, see, it is missing bones. They will be added now. Please save the skeleton. Okay. Save. If we delete the skeletal mesh and then replace references with the skeletal mesh of the Gothic Knight, BA, got your prototype semi-working? Really helps more than thinking about it for a long time. Yeah, I know exactly what you're feeling. I had a whole bunch of projects that just I never finished because I would try to do them in a proper way, in like a professional way. And the problem is that I wasn't professional at the time I was trying to make it. And I would always get stuck somewhere. And then it was like, well, shit, I can't continue forward. And yet at some point you have to like embrace the ridiculousness. This is not... I'm really fucking this up. I think I need to delete this and remigrate. Oh shit. Oh. Let me delete this. Did I crash? Okay, I didn't. Okay. Oopsie daisy. Force delete all of it. Fine, I'll re-import. While that's going, let me look up some stuff. Animation blueprint overriding? Wait, right user click the animation BP and choose the retarget option. It will create a copy of everything tied to the skeleton you choose. I'm still really, I still really just don't understand this that well. Gonna have some almonds. Some migdawi. In the IK retargeter, add the retargeter you require, and then you can add the rest. Better to make a master and a BP first, that all others will derive from. Once you have this, right click on it and select create child and a blueprint with skeleton, and select the original skeleton as it's probably the only one in the list. We will change that next. Okay, let's try this guy, what this guy says. I just want all this gone. The fuck? Okay, get rid of all this. No, we're okay. We're okay. Content, collections, no. Okay, characters is gone. I'm gonna delete Gothic Knight as well. I'm gonna restart it just to make sure it's all okay. And then I'll try doing it fresh. And I won't do anything rash. Moments are so good. Why is this folder still here? Oh, perfect. Delete that. Delete all that. Close. They're gone. And I'll move them over. Okay, TP open. Gothic Knight added back in. Third person characters migrate. Yep, all of it. Content go. I think for dinner tonight, I'm gonna have, I saw some chicken strips on sale. I'm gonna bake a massive potato. I think I took a picture of this latest potato that I bought. I take pictures of potatoes. That's the weird thing that I do. I'll show you guys. Nope, that one looks like a ball sack. No, I swear I took a picture of this. No, maybe I didn't. No, it's big though. It's like that big. Big potato. So what does this guy tell? Make a master anim BP. Right click on it and select trait child animation blueprint with skeleton. The problem is I'd have to make a new animation blueprint for the old, you know, for all the poses. And I really don't know how to do that. Let me do this. Added in private. Updater. I just want stuff that was there previously. Gothic Knights. Okay, let me do a push of this. Added in the rest of my ingredients. Check in. That's mostly okay. It's mostly okay. We did do some changes, but okay. We won't check in any of the new stuff. That way we can fuck around with this, and it's not going to ruin what we've already made. Now I'll add in all that stuff. Oh my god, it's 600 megabytes. That's getting dangerously close to the limit that we have for free. Uh-oh. Okay, now we have that on a separate change set. And I can just revert all my changes if I fuck up. I'm gonna do this. Great child anim, blueprint with skeleton. So I bet this is the problem, is it checks. It checks for a skeleton with the same bone names. Is there even a way to do this in the way that I want? This Gothic Knight is cool, but I don't think I can... Not compatible with the UE5 mannequin. Okay, well we do still have the UE4 mannequin. But yeah, this is unfortunate. Or maybe we try to find a different model that that's compatible with the UE5 mannequin. Maybe that would just make my life a whole bunch easier. I don't know if I have anything that's like sci-fi though. Oh, you know what, let's look at the store, because maybe there's something for pretty cheap. We do have a little bit of money in the budget. Orbital Market. We'll just look up Night. 5.3. Night Dark Crusader. Anything with good ratings probably is going to be rigged and probably works with for stylized males and females and metahumans. Okay, maybe this works. This is for stylized males and females, but a little bit. It's a little bit not our style. But it is rigged to epic skeleton UE5. Oh, it does say legacy skeleton. Well, now I know what that means. Oopsies. There's some like Dark Crusader. I mean, it's not stylized, but it looks pretty decent. Just be $30 down the drain. But it is rigged to the skeleton. Let's do a maximum of $40. Game was rigged from the start. Jesus Christ. It's terrible. It's funny, but I'm not going to acknowledge that it's funny. So. You're not winning that one. But it was funny. Sentinel female knight, man. She's kind of stylized too, actually. Maybe there's a... Yeah, let me take a look. This is such low quality. Man, if you're... Let's look at the bit rate on this. It's like 3K bit rate. Unrealistic armor with a bikini chainmail. Yeah, what's gonna protect her if she doesn't have the bikini chainmail? I don't like her running animation. It makes her look like some dainty female. Like, bro, she's a knight. Yeah, I'd probably just hook her up to the... I don't like the... I'd probably hook her up to the male moveset, to be honest. Because if this is the default female animations, no, this ain't it, Chief. The skeleton looks nice though. I think this would be pretty good for her. There's no IK? It says if rigged to epic skeleton, IK bones are included, yes. So that says there's IK. Model was floating. I didn't see that. Where did you see that at? Oh. It could be... That could be the collision with the ground. I see it here. It could be some collision issue. Kind of hard to see because we don't see her actually like walking up a surface. Okay, I can see it here. It looks fine here. I think it was just with the ground that was being stood on there. It's bad. Yeah. Yeah, there's some, I don't know, there's some issue with like a collision box or blocking volume under there. Okay, so that's 30. This is also 30 and works. And these are probably both okay. Video must watch. Look, it's a must watch video. I don't have an option, chat. I have to watch it. I think it's whatever demo. Wait, is this the same person? No, they're using the exact same test level. And if you look at the if you look at the running here, I'll play it in slow-mo. Crossover, yeah. So in the new Fortnite, yeah, look, I think some of the actually that might just be an issue with those animations or something. Wait, does this one say it has IK? I mean, for our game, it's not gonna make it too much of an issue. It's not gonna be too much of an issue. But you know, if I spend $30 on something right now, you know, and you're in Poland, you know how far $30 US can take us. I'd at least like to be able to use it for other projects, right? Legs are broken when he steps with fighting. But isn't this an issue with the animations? He is stepping on his toes, yeah. Really, really moving up the stairs there. Then again, waist, yeah, you're right. Does it even come with the animations, or is he just using animations? It's just using someone else's animations. I mean, I think of the two, I think the female knight's probably the better. Do him a good service? No, it doesn't. Would not bought it, like I'll be learning this. You'll be learning that, I'm not gonna be learning that. I need a character. Excuse me, I need a character that I can just hook up to the UE5 mannequin. That's all I need. It doesn't look too ridiculous. I need a character I can hook up with, yeah. I need something bangable. And so far, I mean, he's kind of bangable, but I don't see the face. And at least with her, I see the face. That's the goal. Elf Knight. The fuck is a Malarian? Malaria? In Eldar. There's a lot of weird stuff here. Night Girl Matilda. Great, I was specifically looking for someone named Matilda, and now here we go. Why? How to remove these tights? You just wanted to have a butt shot. I'm a little, okay. A bit of a problem. The more I click right, the more is removed. I'm kind of... Okay, never mind. Was there a nipple shot? No, there wasn't. Any nipple? Bottom? Is that a face? This is just the body material instance. I don't know. There's no nipple. No, we're fine. Maybe I'm thirsty with that look like a boob. I think you're just thirsty. I wish there was a demo level that I could test this out with. Facial morph targets. I mean, having facial morph is nice too. I'd really like to just try this character out. Imagine acid demos. Yeah, I wish. It would be so nice. It just, come on. Self-destructs after 3 hours. Why is there so much film grain on this too? Why'd you put film grain? I don't need to see film grain. I need to see... You really need to work on your bit rate. Like a 2K bit rate, and then with added film grain, just to make it even more blurry. Good, works with facial morphing. Film grain equals, yeah. Okay, I don't mind a little bit of film grain default, but I'll usually turn film grain off. However, motion blur, chromatic aberration, and depth of field. These should never, ever, ever, ever be on by default, in my opinion. Ever. Maybe for a racing game, I could see a little bit of like motion blur. You can disagree, but chromatic aberration looks like ass. I don't need depth of field because my eyes do that automatically with what I'm focusing on. And I don't need motion blur because it just looks like ass. Okay, but this is one specific use of it. Like I said, I can see a little bit for a racing game, a little bit of like motion blur. Fine. And oh yes, okay, chromatic aberration, a little bit on a stylized horror game, sure. But for like any other default game, let's just put it this way, in almost every case, chromatic aberration, depth of field, and motion blur should be off by default, in most cases. And unfortunately, in most cases, it's turned on by default. And if you don't know what like chromatic aberration is, imagine looking at, where's a good example? Imagine just seeing this for no fucking reason when you look at an asset or move. Why would you want to see that? Chromatic abbreviation. And I mean, there are specific use cases where it can have a good effect, but it should not be something where it's on by default. right? Like if maybe, I don't know, you're about to die or something. Yeah, drugs, like there are use cases, but it should not just be something that you have on by default. It's really disturbing. And I mean, like, you shouldn't have it on your entire game by default. I don't know, like, it would be nice to have just a night like this, but do I spend $30 on it? Because that's about the amount of money that I would have. That's about the amount of money that I would spend on food for a week, and I don't even know if I want this. Blur isn't used as easy fix for rendering performance. It sometimes is. But it does. It still looks like trash. I would still prefer to have worse performance without blur than have better performance with blur. Yeah, there isn't really any cheaper night that looks decent, because at least her, I can reuse her in some other project. But some of these just look too weird. I mean, this guy's kind of stylized, but it's for... Which skeleton is it for? It just says yes. It doesn't say UE4 or UE5. Yeah, I don't know, like, I don't need something stylized. I just need something that would fit in fantasy, that would be a human. Or a humanoid. That is rigged to UE5 skeleton. Look at this person making a whole bunch of money. Look, they're selling this one for 30, and then they're selling this one for 30, and it's probably the exact same skeleton. This person making money. Good hustle, yeah. I mean, they're doing it. I mean, I don't know how many people review store assets. I certainly don't review store assets. I want to say I was able to download and retarget the skeleton to other animations I purchased, and it immediately worked great. Only a couple animations included like idle, walk, run, and jump. But I only needed a female character with actual armor, so this was perfect. That was in UE4 though. Okay, hold on. We need to go hood mode. We gotta go hood mode. You have to go. I'm getting really cold in this room mode. I mean, there is like this $12.50 night, but it kind of looks pretty. Man, it looks like a soy boy. I don't know. He doesn't look bad. I don't know. There's something just a little bit Slavic about him. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying there's something a little bit Slavic. Reminds me of Kingdom Come. Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean. I think it's like just the haircut and some of the facial structure. Bring to epic skeleton. More accurate. Suitable for games of different genre, RPG, strategy, first-person shooter. I failed to see how this character is going to be super great for a first-person shooter, but okay. It blocked Coom. Funny. Still an FPS. For an FPS, he probably meets like Kingdom Coom. Kingdom Coom Deliberation. Can I just sort these by price? Sort by price. Ascending. Oh wait, hold on. I mean, she's free.
It's just a prototype.
You're not wrong. Not wrong. Why am I spending so much time worried about this? What animation is 201 animations? I have those. Yeah, I mean, she would work. Oh, you have some other ones? Okay, let me see. Let me see. Mage, elf, fantasy. No elves. He could work. Now. Retargeting UE5 assets included. How do I do that? We won't do dwarves. I'd just like to make it so that I don't have to do extra camera work, you know what I mean? I like dwarves, we're just, I want to do it so that I can just kind of like not have to aim the camera down. No, this should be fine. This could work. This could work, but I'm not really sure what it means by we would have to... with the retargeting. Goblin, I think I have the goblin ones too. Elf civil. I mean the elf mage, maybe this works? We could either do this or the Paragon. The issue that I have with this is that if I add this to my project with 201 animations, 66 effects, 136 sound cues, and 266 textures, that's like 2 gigabytes at least of data that I have to put into it and then clean out. And I don't want to do that. I don't really want to do that. I don't even need facial animations. I don't need facial animations or anything. I just need the character to walk, to stand there, and then walk. Fix it in post. Yeah, I'll do the I'll speak the words and then I'll just put the video of my mouth over her mouth, over this guy's mouth. And then that's what it'll look like. Like some, what was it, like the annoying talking orange or whatever the fuck, the old internet shit. Very innovative, yeah. Absolute, like, the day before devs are trembling in their seats. Nintendo was worried about Power World 2. Yeah, Cusper, send me the files for the elf mage male, and I'll give him a try. Go viral. Everything is an acid trip because you're an alchemist. True. Well, we're gonna have like a little slime that you feed potions and ingredients to. Can be in the evening? Yeah, it can be in the evening. Fantasy anime portraits. Is there anything like with anime style that isn't just characters? Paper ZD. Animation graph and notify support for 2D development. Oh, I didn't know that existed. That's actually pretty nice. Super grid. Kawaii animations. Oh no. Oh no. No. It's a kawaii animations. I love how the basic stance is I broke my legs. No. They are nice. Yeah. They actually are. They're not free, sadly. Take them and apply to dwarves. Oh fuck. Kawaii slime. We will have kawaii slime, absolutely. Just send this to Sheik's slime girls. Oh no. Actually, let me just open it up here. No, back. Stop you. Bad. Boycott if no foxtails. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Animal Pack Ultra. There's no way that these are actually like... They are rigged. They are animated for $5. What? They're really basic animations. But I mean, for $5, it's pretty good. Pretty good for $5. Yeah, that's actually really good for $5. Generic NPC anim pack. For $5 as well. God, there's so many good things you can get for like $5. An anime shader, really. Yeah, but can I see? I want to see the difference between shader without and on. It's a full shader, right? It's not just the... Solution for Japanese anime style rendering requiring no complex BP or C++ coding. With just a base color texture, you can quickly transform your character to an anime style rendering. Okay, I need to see it before and after, though. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that is certainly an anime character. I think I'm using... No, we're not using this asset pack. Can you just show me a before and after? How difficult is this? Really? Whatever. Swim animations. Oh, fuck. I do have a swimming system, but $450 Vertex animation. 50 female animations. How many of them are just absolutely ridiculous? I mean, you can see how developers like the day before devs do it, right? You know, you just get, if you could just get like $1,000, which if you're working with like 10 people, each of them pitches in 100, you can buy enough shit to make it look like you know what you're doing, even if you don't. And that's, to me, that's kind of scary. And I think that players should be scared with that too. And it's one of the reasons that we're doing this live stream stuff, is just to help bring to light what it looks like for actual development. And if any of you are just the average kind of gamer in chat, and you ever have a trailer that you don't know if it's real or not, just send it to me. Most of the time I can tell you if it's real or if it's mocked up, or if at the very least there isn't enough information to determine if it is real gameplay. Because trust me, there are a lot of developers that do it because it's cheap. They can determine if people are going to wishlist the game and then push forward with it. Most trailers are lying, yeah they are. A good number of them, or a good number of them are just cinematic, which, you know, it's not that it's fake, but it certainly isn't real. What am I looking at? I forgot what we were doing. There's a lot of animations though. And you know, buying assets itself is not a bad thing. But you have to determine if what's being bought, what's made in-house, and, you know, how are they utilizing these assets. If they're using it to prototype, fine, they can do whatever they want. if they're throwing some assets in the game, that's fine too. Depends on what it is. Right? Like, I don't need to make my own weather and day and night system if I can get one that works well enough. Because it would just function worse, and it would take me a shit ton of time to do. But if literally all the systems that somebody is putting in the game are purchased and just barely held together with some glue, chances are they're not going to know what to do with it. They're certainly not going to know how to build onto it in a safe way. It's a recipe for disaster. Rush hour vehicle animator. Okay, so we're gonna get that Elven Mage this evening, so we'll start to work on it tomorrow. Did we have something we were doing Wednesday? This week? Oh yeah, of course, we're doing Kickstarter reviews this Wednesday. So we have basically tomorrow to do some basic stuff. I don't want to get too deep into anything tomorrow. So if we're able to get the character added and moving between some points, then it becomes like, I don't know, it's 1 or 2 p.m. We'll just play like a game for the rest of the stream, and then that way we can go into Kickstarter reviews and we'll be fine. Because I don't like leaving things kind of half finished, especially if we have Kickstarter reviews on the 31st, and then Dragon's Dogma, and then Friday we get back to work. Show me some place to share, like Google Drive. You should have access to the Microraptor Gmail Google Drive. And if you don't, I can get you access to that. Just let me know if you have access to that or not. Propagation system. What? Point propagation system you can use to fill spaces without going over the collision boundaries. That's pretty cool. I don't know, maybe I have a work PC. We can just check later today. We don't have to do it now. We can do it later. Let me delete the Gothic Knight then, at least. Cool asset, but not going to be useful for us. Which kind of sucks because I added it to... I delete branches. I can delete a change set. It's kind of tempting because I don't really want to have all this shit added to. Let me try it. Okay, fuck you. Pending changes. All right. Undo. Undo. Deleted. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, I don't want to get into anything too deep then for the rest of the day. Do you guys just want to play like, you want to play a game? You want to play some Noita or something? Or some Deep Rock? We can just hang out. I have not played Deep Rock in forever. Oh. Oh. Yeah, we don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Alright, I will end the YouTube recording there then.